For Inspector Bovary-Xantis. Case number CE20080983, case address 1520 Northwest 5th Street, owner St. John United Methodist Church Incorporated. This case was first heard on March 9th, 2021. To comply by May 11th, 2021, suspended 7/29/21 to 9/30/21. One section not complied at $25 per day. $2,625 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, everyone. Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor on behalf of Bovary-Xantis Code Compliance Inspector, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This case has come twice before the magistrate, first on March 9th, 2021, where the magistrate ordered 63 days to comply. This case then reappeared before the magistrate on July 29th, 2021, and the property owner was granted an additional 63 days to come into compliance. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting a reduction of fines to the administrative cost of $718.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Matt Walters.
Mr. Walters, are you in agreement with the reduction to administrative costs of $718?
Well, no, because the issue was COVID and it's a church, and we had to raise the money to do the work that we had to do to become compliant. And that would be a burdensome fee on the church and the elderly parishioners that go there.
Okay. In light of the fact that we stopped fines for a long period of time during COVID, and we gave you 2 extensions, it's hard for me to just, the city's willing to dismiss all fines, but getting the costs back is something that probably...
Please understand, we didn't have service. This came about the first time in May, and COVID was behind us. We hadn't had any services. So we had to have services, and the parishioners had to come, and we had to raise money to do all the things that was deferred. Okay. We became compliant, and we worked diligently to do that.
Okay, all right, I understand. I will reduce the fine to $400.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, thank you. Yes, sir. You have a great day. So our next cases are on pages 21 as well as page 29. So for clarity, on page 21, we have citations that have been appealed, and on page 29, we have a citation that has not been appealed. Inspector Gail Williams, the appeals are on page 21, case number CE 21071076, case address 3110 Northeast 59th Street, owners Eric and Tammy Lynn Woolner. This case was cited on July 28th, 2021. To comply by July 28th, 2021, one section complied at $500 per day, and the city is requesting full amount be imposed. However, this is an appeal. Also on page 21, case number CE 21080063, case address 3110 Northeast 59th Street, owners Eric and Tammy Lynn Woolner. This case was cited on 8/4/21. To comply by 8/4/21, one section complied at $1,000 per day, $7,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Again, this is an appeal. And please bear with me as we have many respondents that are present as well as in the virtual waiting room. Those that are in the virtual waiting room for 3110 Northeast 59th Street, please raise your hand so we can let you into the hearing. And for those that are present inside of the chambers, if you like, you can stand in the center aisle if you'd like to speak for 3110 Northeast 59th Street. We're waiting on one more respondent in the virtual waiting room. Those that are in the virtual waiting rooms, please raise your right hand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 210-71076, address 3110 Northeast 59th Street. On July 28th, 2021, the following violation, 15-278.5, parentheses A, was cited and a citation was issued. There is noise emanating from this vacation rental property, which is outside of the permissible limits. This is a reoccurring violation from case CE 210-70765, noise emanating from this vacation rental property. An appeal was filed. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
Okay,
We have the police officer who appeared at the property in the virtual waiting room.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer, this is Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. If you could just explain to the magistrate the circumstances for you visiting this property and what you found at this property when you visited it.
Sounds good. Basically, on July 25th, 2021, I was sent to a noise disturbance at the location. As I approached the property, I was able to hear loud music emitting from the residents. I know these residents from previous incidents since I responded to this location at least, I would say like 10 times in the same month. I'll be guessing, give or take, somewhere around those times. I've been going out there multiple times, reference the same complaints of, people making loud noises, having parties late at night, and they're not able to sleep because they live right across the canal or stuff like that. I actually walked to the neighbor's house, which is across the canal, which is over 25 feet from the property line, and I was able to hear, obviously, loud music coming from the house. Every time I talk to somebody new, because it's Airbnb, so most of the times they don't know about the noise ordinance, whatever it is. So I always try to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I try to give them a warning. But like I said, every time it's an Airbnb, so it's hard to keep up with the people, because every time I speak to somebody new. But basically, they were giving a warning, and they lowered the music, and that was it.
sir, can you please state your name for the?
Yes, my name is Paul Basil. I represent Jackie and William Cassabaum. They reside at 3121 Northeast 58th Street. We also have numerous other residents that are either here or on the Zoom, residents from 3120 Northeast 59th, 3100 Northeast 59th, 3010 Northeast 58th, 3107 Northeast 58th, and 3001 Northeast 58th Avenue. One of the things that I would like to advise you of is that after this board had suspended the vacation rental license for this property, that very weekend, these folks had a blowout in that backyard and rented that property again. My clients have, and the rest of the neighbors, would like to speak to you about the propriety of having a hotel that is a constant party in their backyard, but they understand the statute allows it. But what these folks have been doing on an ongoing basis is that they've created an artifice where they pretend not to know what's going on. They pretend to do things to protect against noise violations. One of the things that you're going to have to remember and understand about a neighborhood like this is that the backyard is sort of open to everyone. Your backyard goes across a canal and opens up to another backyard. The most private place in your home, every single weekend, you have strangers. And I'm not talking about 5 or 6 people. I'm talking 30, 40 people in the backyard, drinking until all hours of the night, throwing up in the canal, fishing for fish and throwing them in the pool, leaving their garbage receptacles out, leaving trash in the neighborhood. This is a living hell for these neighbors. They need you to enforce the regulations that you have and the fines. They need you to understand that these are not just violations. These are repeat violations, and this shows malice. The one thing to remember is after the license was suspended, they've continued to rent this property. This property is listed online to be rented. This property is listed to rent its pool, if you could imagine. They actually rent the pool. This is a constant invasion on these neighbors. They have no way to protect themselves other than to call the police. And you heard the officer. The officer said, I've been there over 10 times, and there's never anyone to take responsibility. That's what you all need to do.
Okay,
You need to make sure that they understand that suspending their license means something.
okay. Is there anyone here on behalf of the property owner?
Hello.
Hello. Could you please state your name for the record?
Hi, my name is Stephanie Houghton.
Okay, has she been sworn in? Yes. Okay, thank you. Ms. Hawkins, what do you want to tell me about why you continue to operate with a suspended license and exceeded permissible noise limits according to?
So-
As well as what is your nature, what's your legal relationship to the property?
I am the property manager and the Airbnb license is under my name. Right. So just a few things regarding the noise ordinance. I'd like to address some of the items Mr. Castlebaum's family or attorney brought up. He mentioned that, first and foremost, I've never rented the property after meeting with the magistrate last time. I provided documentation to the city, letting them know that I removed the property off of all platforms, all listings. I've even sent emails from the platforms confirming this, and the property has never been rented. Okay. Secondly, I don't know what proof you guys are presenting regarding us renting the pool out or countless parties. That's not the case. So I understand that this is a new ordinance and not every neighbor is going to be in favor of a short-term rental in their neighborhood. I provide.
Ma'am, this is not a new ordinance. This ordinance is years old, and this is the first citation is a citation for the noise that was cited on July 28th.
Yes, I'm getting there. Thank you. So I wanted to ask, were there any devices being used to test the noise that we're being complained about? Because I tried to upload it and I sent the email over to the special magistrate from the guest at the time during that stay, disputing Mr. Castlebaum constantly filming them and complaining that if he hears a single noise, he will be calling the police. He sent the police out there more than once on this particular guest. And I did upload that information to the system so you guys can see it as well. This is from the guest and not from me. So I just want to know, what are we using to test this alleged noise? Because there was no parties being held at the time. There's rules placed within the household per the city's request. We have rules inside of the house. We have rules on our platform. In fact, we have our noise ordinance starting at 9 p.m. to 9 a.m., which is an hour earlier than the city requires. I do know that the police officer did come by and issue a warning to the guest at the time, who was Jasmine Kemp. But I did also upload an email from Jasmine Kemp, just letting you guys know exactly what she went through, specifically from Mr. Castlebaum, constantly filming her, constantly threatening her, and letting her know that he will get us out of there. She said she didn't understand why she was being filmed the entire time. But I know his agenda. I know his goal.
She's talking about something a third party told her. She's
How is that different from you?
Okay, okay.
How is that different from you? You're accusing us of putting fish in the pool?
Miss, do not address each other. You
Okay.
make comments to me, and you don't speak while I'm speaking, okay? It's a quasi-judicial proceeding, so the evidence rules are a little bit relaxed here. So I'm going to let her finish, and then but I would like to ask you if you indeed rented this property while it was under suspension.
No, I did not. Not once. Officer Gale came out, as a matter of fact, one day when I was in the house, and she told me that a neighbor sent her over and said that the house was being rented, and in fact, it was me. Actually, me and my son at the time. The house was never rented afterwards.
All right, I'm going to let the city respond to her question about how it was measured and to
So Your Honor, if I could, before I let the officer speak, and again, for the record, Rana Montoya Hassan with the city attorney's office, just so we're clear, there's two citations that we really should try to take separately on this page that were appealed. The other citation, the third citation, was not in fact appealed, and as Your Honor knows, that's in a different posture. So what we're hearing first, and what the officer is here to testify, is for a noise violation on July 28th. And I believe Your Honor has heard testimony from the officer with regard to the clearly audible noise from across the canal. And then I would also just, I suppose, ask, there's no requirement in the code to necessarily use a device. And then I would also just ask the officer to clarify to the magistrate that he did in fact prepare a police report incident for this noise incident, and that is the basis upon which the code officer prepared the citation.
Okay.
So officer, if you could just, thank you. You're on mute, officer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, as I was stating, yeah, a report was submitted. Obviously, as you see on the what do we call the screen right now. I submitted the report. I obviously heard the noise, documented the distance on an average, and like I said, that day I did not issue a citation. I gave a warning out. I did not in this incident, but I did obviously hear it based on my body camera. If you guys want to request my body camera, you could kind of hear the noise from the other side of the canal. So if you guys want to, subpoena a body camera for that incident, for that case number, you guys could hear some of the noise from the body camera.
Okay, I have a question. The report
When
is dated July 25th, and my docket says that they were cited July 28th.
So
So can you explain that? Was it investigated on the 25th and then you came back with a citation on the 28th, or how does that work?
Special Magistrate, if I may, Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor. So since code compliance officers are sometimes, through their regular work hours, not typically around at that time, we rely on the police department to investigate, provide testimony for us, document certain violations within the city code. As Ms. Montoya mentioned, the violation that's being, for the reason why the citation was issued, was that you're not allowed to have any noise emanating from a vacation rental past 25 feet. This has already been documented and mentioned through the officer's testimony as he went across the street to the canal, and could still hear the noise from the neighboring property. So how it works is we'll receive this information report, this incident report from the officer, and then in turn, our code staff will go out and they'll issue the citation from their standpoint as a co-compliance officer.
So the record is clear and everyone's aware, and the property manager is aware. This was investigated by the police officer, then turned over to code enforcement, who later issued a citation.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Is there
I have-
anything else?
I just have a question.
Go ahead.
So when you're standing across the canal, it's a vacation rental, it sleeps up to 8 guests. So if a family is sitting outside talking, right, and there is a canal and there's a home right across the street, if you're outside as well, you're going to hear noise. You're going to hear talking. You're going to hear them conversating, especially since it's by a canal. The noise does travel. So my question is, because the ordinance, the rule is any noise over 25 feet, which you guys are saying that is no way to really track it unless you're standing outside. And how, and a guest is talking and there are breaks in between these conversations. How are you gauging that the noise is quote unquote over 1 minute for 25 feet? Like, I just want to make sure like I'm understanding this, because people are traveling for vacation. There are rules in place online as well as in the home. But if they're sitting outside and having a conversation, it's almost inevitable. You're going to hear them speaking. So what makes it like, I guess, how are they breaking the rules if they're having a conversation and you too are standing outside and you can hear it? Like, it's not a party. There was no party listed on this police report. They're not being obnoxious. I understand if they're being obnoxious and just completely disrespectful of the rules in the neighborhood. That's not the case here.
Officer, just to clarify for the record, is it your testimony that you just heard a conversation across the canal?
He said he heard noise.
I heard loud music and loud talking. It was continuous loud music and obviously people talking.
Thank
Because
you.
I have the document that I uploaded shows from that particular guest that they were actually, when you came to them, they were inside the home. So the music was from inside the home that you were hearing. And I did upload that.
Well, if
And that was even without me asking. They just told me what was going on.
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Anything else before I rule?
I did just want to add one point. It's my understanding that the reason that the police were initially called on the 25th was not because of the loud music and screaming, but the neighbors thought they were witnessing some form of domestic violence. There was a fight going on between a lady and a man, loud screaming, cursing. That was, I believe that was the impetus for making that call that night.
Okay, all right. Anything else from the city attorney before I rule?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I'm going to impose the full fine, and I find that it's a recurrent violation and that the noise level was exceeded.
Thank you. Thank you, officer.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me know.
Thank you.
You as well.
Also on page 21 for an appeal, case number CE 21080063, case address 3110 Northeast 59th Street, owners Tammy Lynn and Eric Wollner. This case was cited on 8/4/21. To comply by 8/4/21, one section complied at $1,000 per day, $7,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. However, this is an appeal.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 21080063, address 3110 Northeast 59th Street. This case was presented to Special Magistrate on July 29, 2021. At that time, the vacation rental certificate was suspended. On August 2nd, an advertisement was found on VRBO, which is Vacation Rental by Owner. I was able to book dates of August 4th and August 20th through August 23rd of 2021. The advertisement was found again. I was able to book the same dates. On August 4th, the following violation, 15-282, parentheses D, parentheses 2B, was cited and a citation was issued for operating a short-term rental during a suspension period at this property. An appeal was filed.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking at the advertisement now. Apparently, down during the period of suspension like required. Does the property manager want to address that?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
How do I present my evidence? So when the citation was issued, first and foremost, I requested to have the short-term rental license removed or canceled, I'm sorry, on July 30th. So that request was submitted to the city to cancel my short-term rental license. Also, when I received the citation, that was on July 30th. When I received the citation on August 4th, I emailed VRBO immediately, and they and copied the city as well. And VRBO confirmed that I did request to remove the listing from Verbo on July 29th. How do I present my screen? Can I show that?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to. Oh, here we go. So I let Ms. Gail know that the listing was deactivated on Verbo on July 29th per your request. And I provided a email confirmation from Verbo here on August 5th, the day after when I received the citation. And this is from the Verbo property management support, confirming that we did actually deactivate our listing on July 29th. They went back in again on the 5th just to ensure the listing remains removed, because no one should have been able to book. And also, I did not rent the property out as well.
Any response from the city?
Hulu Dalico, compliance supervisor again. So as Ms. Inspector Williams stated, she was able to go online and try to book the property less than 30 days, which is what makes it a vacation rental per the city's code. Therefore, in violation of the magistrate's order suspending the violation.
Okay, all right. Anything else from anybody else on this? City attorney, anything before I rule?
Not for me, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to impose the fine.
The property was removed. I have here proof that the property was removed.
Well,
And then I want to ask as well, Ms. Gail was not even able to book it because it's a restriction on the listing. And then Verbo, as you can see the email here from Verbo, that I removed it on the 29th, it was not booked. I was at the property because when Ms. Gail came to even issue the citation, she saw me.
okay, will you explain? One more
I did not.
time? I'm speaking, ma'am. Will you explain one more time how you were able to verify that that listing was not taken down?
I was able to go onto the website itself
And which website is that?
that was Verbo, VRBO.
All right.
And on August 4th, I was able to go in, select dates that I may wanted to rent the property. It allowed me to do so.
Okay, all right.
And also, and also on the screen of the picture, it shows the dates of August 20th through the 23rd that I was able to also book those dates.
Okay, all right, my ruling stands. Next hearing, please.
This property also has another case on page 29. Case number CE 21070765. Case address 3110 Northeast 59th Street. Owners Tammy Land and Eric Wollner. This case was cited on 7/20/2021 to comply by 7/20/21. One section complied at $400. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning again. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 210-70765, address 3110 Northeast 59th Street. On July 20th, 21, the following violation, 15-278, parentheses 5, parentheses A, was cited and a citation was issued. There is noise emanating from this vacation rental property, which is outside of the permissible limits. This is a reoccurring violation from case CE 2106425, noise emanating from the vacation rental property. No appeal was filed.
Okay. Ms. Horton, can you confirm that no appeal was filed in this matter?
No appeal was filed.
Okay. Unfortunately, the way the code reads on this particular situation is if a citation is issued and no appeal is timely filed, then I have no discretion but to impose the fine. So,
Okay.
you know, I'm going to have to go ahead and impose the fine, but if you want to say anything for the record, you're welcome to.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Might I inquire about the status of the license suspension and the period of that suspension?
That would be presented at a previous hearing. Not a previous, I mean, at a future hearing.
A future hearing, okay.
Yes.
Do we have a date for that, or?
No, not yet.
The license was canceled per my request. It's no longer a short-term vacation rental.
I believe that there were violations that were submitted to this board prior to that license being withdrawn, and I still think that it's incumbent for us to follow through and submit that there should be a 395-day suspension of that license rather than the period that we have now.
Okay, that's not in front of me right now, so you're welcome to discuss it with the inspector, and if it comes before me again, then I'll rule on it.
Thank you. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 21. It's an administrative hearing for an appeal. Senior Inspector Doreen Cologne. Case number CE 21080862. Case address 441 Isle of Palms Drive. Owners Andrew Fuchsa and Heather Green Fuchsa. The citation was issued on 8/28/21 to comply by 8/28/21. One section complied at $500, and the city is requesting full amount. However, this is an appeal.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 21080862. Case address is 441 Isle of Palms Drive. This property was first inspected on August 28th, 2021 by Inspector Jolly and cited for the following. There was trees removed without a permit. It's 47-21.15.A. The citation was for a one-time fee for the removal of 2 trees at $250 each, and also to obtain an after-the-fact permit for the tree removals. The city is requesting that the fine of the citation be imposed for $500 and an after-the-fact permit to be acquired. And also, I would like to enter the photos as evidence for the record.
May I speak?
Yeah, 1 second, I'm just looking at the photos. Okay, yes, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Andrew Fuchsa. I am the owner with my wife of the home. We purchased that home in February of this year. The photo, not that one, the photo before does not depict the home at the time that I owned it. It's a Google photo from a time from before. What had happened was, when I purchased the home, the home was completely overgrown with ficus and all kinds of trees. I contacted the city. They told me to hire a company to take care of it, which I did. And if I may approach, I can give you the invoice and the check that I paid them, because it's important for my case.
Sure.
So I contacted this company, Paradise. They charged me $1,750 to trim the ficus back. As we speak, plans are being submitted to demolish the home. I had no intention of moving in. I'm actually building a bigger house. There's a person that was living there that we gave them the home just to stay because they needed a place to stay as a charity. They couldn't use the bathroom because the ficus and all these things are growing into the septic system. It's part of the reason that the woman that was there had to leave the home. In any event, I hire this company and I tell them, please take care of it so that the trees stop growing into the sewer or whatever, what have you. The trees that they're complaining of, and if I would have known, I would have told them. I sent an email asking what trees they're talking about that were removed, because what I paid to remove were schifferilla trees, and that's what's on the invoice, and a dead oak tree, which I have a photograph of. I just happen to have that one. I don't have the schifferilla tree, but I think if you look at another Google image from way before I owned it, you could see it. It's on the side. The schifferilla tree was growing into the power lines, and I had to have that trimmed back. It's all the way to the south side of the house. So you can't really see it in that photo. So I had to trim all this back, and I contacted the company.
Stop you a second. The invoice said we will use a bucket truck to remove the tall areca palms from the south of the front yard.
And if the areca palms were trimmed back, and also the schifferilla tree.
It says they're going to remove them.
They didn't remove them. They're still there. You can go see them.
Your Honor, may I interrupt? I'm sorry. So I'm actually going to enter into evidence a couple photos I have with me. One of them is taken from Google Earth from January 2021, about a month before he bought the property, and it has pictures of the trees. And I also have somebody here from landscaping who would like to testify.
Tell me which trees we're talking about.
Yes, let me bring this.
Yeah, I don't even know what trees they're talking about that we removed.
Okay, well, let her explain, and then I promise you'll get your say. Okay, this one here. Okay. Okay, so they're both still in these pictures. Yeah. And here, okay, all right, so this is in January, the trees are there.
Prior to the ownership of the home.
January, and the tree, okay, and the trees are present. Okay, do you want to show this to the gentleman over there?
Yes, this photograph here in January is prior to when I owned the home.
Right, and we see the trees.
Yeah, and these trees are the ones that are having the problems that were removed prior to my ownership of the home. The trees that I paid for was a dead oak tree, if I can, I could show you and the schifferilla tree, and the trim the areca palms. I also had to trim the areca palms in the back because the seawall was collapsing, and Qualman Marine had replaced the entire seawall. The overarching issue here is that despite my requests to find out what they were talking about, which I have emails, they wouldn't give me this information. It could have been resolved a lot easier. There are plans being submitted to the city to demolish the entire house, to raise all the property with an entirely new architectural plan, to put in a significantly larger home. All of this was done temporarily to assist a person who's, as a charity, and letting them stay at the home. I tried to follow all the rules. I went through, I hired a professional landscape company. I asked them about permitting. They gave me this. They said that they didn't need a permit because of the species. I didn't know what trees they were talking about. I paid them over $1,750, and within a month or so, the house is being demolished and everything's being taken out entirely.
Okay, I need to know one thing from the city. He says those trees were removed before he owned the property. Is there evidence to the contrary?
Well, if you see the pictures from Google Earth is taken in January, it's on BCPA as him being the owner in February. So,
So if he didn't own the property till February and the trees were removed in January, how is he responsible?
He's responsible, Your Honor, if I could.
thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, I know.
Thank you. And for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. And the standard phrase, which is certainly not meant to be flippant in any way, which is you buy the property, you buy the violation, is really the applicable law here. If something is put in, removed, demolished, done without permit that requires a permit, and a property owner a new property owner takes over the property, they inherit that violation and are responsible for the curing of said violation.
Okay, all right.
May I respond, Magistrate Flynn? Well, of course, for the $500-something, I could file a claim against the title company and go through this whole proceeding. But what I'm trying to say is I tried everything possible to follow the rules. The plans are being submitted to the City of Fort Lauderdale. A completely new architectural plan and landscape plan is being done, and I'm being fined $575 where I'm about to spend probably $25,000 on all new landscaping.
I understand your argument, sir. Anything else from the city before I rule?
Would you like to hear testimony from the landscaper inspector? As far as the species of the trees?
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. And then I would just also like to just kind of reiterate that, once the trees are removed, it's irreparable, irreplaceable. No permit was pulled,
Okay.
At all, so.
All right. I'm going to reduce the fine to $200 and you're going to have to pull the permit to straighten out the title, okay? So.
Yes, the permit, it's not only for the trees, I'm doing the whole house. It's being demolished and rebuilt. The home will be demolished before the end of the year.
I understand, but you're going to have to take care of the trees.
I will do that, the $200 fine and pull the permit.
Yes.
Sorry, Your Honors. Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the city. I just want to clarify that the owner understands that he's pulling the after-the-fact permit for the tree removal, not just for the current renovation that's going on at the home.
Could I pull the permit just to remove, it has to be everything. Could I just do it all at once?
Just make sure the correct language is in the permit for the trees that were
Right.
removed without a permit.
So that I'm clear, I would like to pull a permit to demolish the home, remove everything, and submit a permit to rebuild the house with a brand-new architectural.
You just have to make sure you identify these two trees and let them know that this is a retroactive permit.
I will make sure to let them know. I believe the plans, is there a time frame? I think like within a month or two I can get this done. Is that reasonable, within 60 days?
Yes, Your Honor, that is.
Your Honor, I think he can speak to the landscape inspector that's there. I mean, this is not really, it's kind of far afield. We have
Okay,
other
all right.
cases to hear.
Okay,
And-
if you
and-
have any other questions, speak to the inspector, but they've already said that 60 days is fine.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor. And just one last thing, if they would have just answered the questions, we would have avoided 40 minutes of all these, or 30 minutes of all these times. I just couldn't get the information from them.
Okay, I understand, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Michael Jordan. Case number CE 21090124. Case address 716 South Coconut Drive. Owners Kenneth Bell and Emily Kirsten Bell. This case was cited on 9/4/21 to comply by 9/5/21. One section complied at $750. And the city is requesting full amount. However, this is an administrative appeal.
Good morning.
Good morning. I need to hear from the inspectors first, and then I'll go to you, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division. Case and property number, case and property address as read. This is an RD15 zone residential property. On July 30th, 2021, the property was inspected as a result of a call from landscape inspector and certified arborist for the city, Rahim Vadi, and the following violation was found. 47-21.15D. 3 trees on this property have been apparently improperly trimmed. The 2 trees appear to be, or 2 trees that appear to be an oak tree and 1 tree that appears to be a gumbo limbo. City's requesting full amount. The city landscape inspector is here to verify.
Okay, let me hear from the landscaper.
How you doing, Your Honor? I was doing an inspection next door, and I noticed these trees were hat-racked, type of tree abuse, same property pruning the tree.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I was doing an inspection. I noticed a couple of trees were hat-racked next door. That's when I called Michael Jordan to go out there and open up a code case. Hat-racking is an improper way of pruning a tree, and usually sometimes it can be corrected, sometimes it can't be corrected. So that's why the citation was there. It was a jumbo limbo, live oak, and there was a melaleuca, which is invasive, and it wouldn't need a permit for removal.
So you actually witnessed the improper procedure being done?
No, it was already completed when I noticed it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Kenneth Bell.
Okay. What do you want to tell me, Mr. Bell?
Can I submit, I have some pictures and also my statement.
Okay.
Like that.
Someone get those pictures from him?
I apologize, some of them, the ink was running out, but I think you can still see. Okay, the trimming in fact had been, done.
Okay, go ahead.
Had been done months before. They were trimmed by my neighbor, not by me. She had issues with them, and they're all on the tree, on the property line. So she had these 3 trees trimmed because the leaves were dropping on her side and creating a problem for her. Once I noticed how severely they were trimming them, I was quite taken aback, but it was too late then. And I still thought that it would be, that there would be no violation, that it was not in violation of any ordinances. Of the 3 in question, the oak tree in the back corner of the yard is considerably diseased, termites and some sort of disease. I did speak to an arborist, and I'll get to that. It's dangerously close to the neighbor's house. And I think for safety reasons, it should have been taken out in any event. As can be seen in the pictures, it branched vertically into 2 smaller trunks, part way up. So what was removed or trimmed considerably was the one that was on the side of the neighbor. The other one is still intact. What you call the primary growth, I don't know. I'm not an arborist, but I think the way it was grown, it wasn't the safest anyway. So I believe there was no structural damage inflicted other than by nature and the neglect of the previous owners. The other oak tree has regrown considerably. Whether they are, it will be viable enough would have to be evaluated. I agree to that. The tree in the front yard, I don't believe was excessively trimmed. I took a picture you have. It was, as many of the growth and the trees on the property were left without any maintenance over many, many years. I did a substantial amount of work over 4 years to this property to trim, and I planted 7 trees as well. So, you know, I guess an arborist would be the one to tell, but it looks to me to be fine. Certainly as good or better than it was previously. And that's the gumbo limbo. And once again, it was trimmed by the neighbor. And so much of this was not maintained by previous owners. Mr. Jordan stated that the Melaleuca tree is invasive, they would appreciate if I would cut it down. I'm more than happy to do so. So I'll want to take care of that. I did have an arborist, Mr. Andrew Gonzalez, at suggestion of Mr. Jordan from a list provided by him, come to the property. He confirmed that the first tree mentioned in the corner was diseased and that he would need to evaluate it further to determine what's to be done. But I think it's pretty obvious that with the termite and whatever disease it is, it's a problem.
Did he recommend removal of the tree?
He didn't give me a final determination. I didn't pay for, I paid for just a verbal evaluation. He wasn't sure yet. He said he needed to do further measurements to determine that. So I would, however, I was disappointed that he was unable to assess what I believe are some fundamental issues on the property. And this is what I have a problem with getting an arborist. He speculated that a problem that I had with one of my orange trees was due to leaf miners. I had planted 2 trees, I believe in May or June. And so this is September now. One of them was thriving, the other was doing nothing. It wasn't dying, it wasn't growing, it was just the same. And I said, what's the problem here? And he said, I think it's leaf miners. I've seen leaf miners a lot. I have the other citrus trees that I've planted on the property. It clearly wasn't. So what that did is undermine the confidence I had in this arborist to be able to determine what the situation is on the property. In addition, in the back of the property, there was some other growth. There's a lot of trees and shrubs and growth. And he first said, oh, you should get rid of this. It's invasive and a problem. And then he looked again and he said, well, no. And I kind of pointed out to him another one that was adjacent. There was virtually the same thing.
This is an arborist that you hired?
The same arborist.
Okay. Well,
he came to evaluate.
Let's stick to the 3 trees that are in front of you.
Okay. All right. But I'm just explaining the fact that I'm not confident in his evaluation.
Your Honor.
So.
Okay.
Your Honor, not to interrupt, but for the purposes of brevity and the docket today, the city's not opposed to whatever your discretion is with regards to the citation, with the stipulation that a certified arborist be retained to evaluate the trees in question.
Okay. Are you willing, if I waive the fee, to employ a certified arborist to look at these trees?
I am, but the only problem I have is that which arborist, and am I going to get a fair evaluation?
No, that's not, I can't.
That's up to me, I guess.
That's not my job.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would suggest a time frame because Your Honor has been presented with unrefuted testimony from a landscape inspector that the violation did in fact exist and occurred. So if Your Honor is inclined to waive the fine and ask the property owner to hire a arborist, any certified arborist in the state of Florida, that there be a time frame associated with that.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give you, let me check my calendar. 42 days to do that. And I want to caution you that you're going to have to pay attention to your neighbors. While I may be sympathetic that they were overzealous on your property, it's still your property, so you're still responsible. So, so in the future, maybe have a chat with that neighbor so this doesn't happen again.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, also for the record, I'd like to submit that Mr. Bell does take immaculate care of his property. He's been very nice and communicative with me, and that's appreciated.
Well, I can tell
Thank you.
that, and that's why I'm waiving the fine.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 11, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 21050477. Case address 730 Northwest 7th Street. Owner 730 Northwest 7th Street, LLC. Property posted 10/4/21. Posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 21050477 for the property located at 730 Northwest 7th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on May 12, 2021 and cited for the following violations: 18-12A complied, 9-306 complied, 9-305, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. Inspection report and notices were actually mailed and hand-delivered to the property manager, and also a courtesy mail. Courtesy was also mailed on to the property owner in BCPA on May 16 of 2021, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property management in regards to the violation, how to comply. Special master hearing notice was mailed on, to the property owner on August 11th of 2021. Peer hearing inspection was done on October 25th, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation still exists. Pictures are submitted for evidence, Your Honor. The city is requesting the following: 35 days to come into compliance or a $50 fine for the violation that exists. The property manager is here with us today.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, it's Inez Montero.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the remainder of the property into compliance within 35 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Darren Emmons, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 21050322. Case address 1809 Southwest 22nd Street. Owner M&M Real Estate 1809 LLC. This case was first heard on 8/26/21. To comply by 9/23/21, one section not complied at $100 per day. $3,400 accrued. And this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Reggie White speaking, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case for Inspector Darren Emmons. Just a brief review. Sections of the code that were cited, it's section 9-305B. It complied on 9-24/2021. 9-305B. There are missing and bare areas on the lawn cover on the property. This is not in compliance. A pre-hearing inspection on 10/23 shows that the violations remain. This violation is currently running fines at a rate of $100 per day. The property owner or representative is here today to request an extension. I am not opposed to an extension of time, but the thing is, he's not in compliance with, section 9-305B. We have missing and bare areas on the lawn. So a permit might be required. I just want to put that on the record. If they want to create a new driveway, you're going to need a permit. If you're going to put grass down, the time frame needs to be changed for grass. If it's a lawn down, I would suggest just 30 days as an extension. If he's going to put a new gravel driveway or asphalt driveway, it's going to be much longer than 30 days.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm Jared Liss.
Okay, and how long do you want to,
Well,
are you requesting?
the issue actually is, I spoke to Inspector Emmons about it. We agreed on it. I know he's not here, but I have evidence here of the sidewalk is in complete disarray, and I can't really fix any of our problems until the sidewalk is fixed. I've requested over the past few years that the sidewalk be fixed. If you could.
Okay, why can't you do the lawn if the sidewalk?
Because the sidewalk is sunken in, so it causes flooding and the cracks. So if I put a new lawn in, the lawn is going to get ruined by the constant flooding caused by the sunken sidewalk. So I spoke to Inspector Emmons, and he requested with the city engineer that they contact me to discuss fixing the sidewalk so I can fix everything else. But I'm still yet to hear back from them. I also requested, I think, when the owner bought the property in 2016 to fix the sidewalk so that I can fix these problems.
So here's what I suggest. We give him an extension for 30 days, bring the case back. Between that time, we'll reach out to engineering and public works to see where they're at with repairing sidewalks right now. And once we get a time frame from the city, I think we can, have a better decision on the next hearing.
If you want him to reappear, my next docket is 42 days from.
42 days?
What day is that?
42 days, that'll be fine.
All right.
Fine with the city.
Okay, 42 days, and please be diligent in following up.
I'm still waiting on the city to follow up with me, though, because I've contacted the civil engineer a few times. And
Sometimes an extra call helps.
what?
Sometimes an extra call helps.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Sit back and wait.
So
for them to call you.
I mean, I was hoping to get the fines waived for now, but that's not going to be able.
No, that's not going to happen until you're completely in compliance. Then you'll have to come back and address.
Well, yeah, you saw the driveway, right?
Yeah, I saw the driveway.
Yeah, they fixed the driveway, right? I had the driveway fixed because I was able to do that without the sidewalk because that's not going to
Okay.
damage.
Well, apparently there's no fines that ran on the driveway, so you're good. there.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you for your time.
I'll give you my card.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Our next case is on page 16. Inspector James Fetter, case number CE 21050406, case address 801 Southwest 31st Avenue. Owner Elizabeth Giles, property posted 10/13/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
James Fetter for the City of Fort Lauderdale, code case CE 21050406, property located at 801 Southwest 31st Ave. I inspected the property on 5/13/2021 and cited for the following violations: 4721.16.a complied, 9-280B complied, 9304B, the driveway on this occupied property is not being maintained. The driveway has cracks, potholes, and the asphalt top coat is raised, loose, and missing in some areas. 9-305B, the landscape on this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. I issued an inspection report allowing 30 days to come into compliance. I did make contact with the property owner. I re-inspected on 8/23/2021, found the violations remained as depicted in the photographs, and scheduled for today's hearing. The city is requesting 91 days and a fine of $50 for each violation, and I'd like to submit my file to the court.
Okay. Please state your name for the record, whoever wants to speak.
Robert Singleton.
Okay, let me ask you first, can you bring this property into compliance within 91 days?
With the 90, yeah, I can bring a complaint with 90. The problem is she's on fixed income. She's 86 years old, and it took me over 2 months to get the survey of the property to do the driveway.
Yeah.
Now I'm in the process of getting a permit.
Okay. All right.
I don't live there. I mean, I'm going out of my pocket trying to help her bring the property.
Okay. What I would suggest to you is I'm going to give you the 91 days. There'll be no fines during that 91 days, but they will start on the 92nd day.
All right.
And so if you run into any kind of problem like that, make sure you contact the inspector and we'll try to work with you.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate you.
Our next case is on page 3. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 21040919, case address 619 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Sea Club Ocean Resort Hotel, Inc. Personal service was given to this property on October 14th, 2021, and posted at City Hall on October 14th, 2021. Is there a respondent for, oh, thank you.
Hi, good morning again.
Morning.
Senior Inspector Cloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 21040919. Case address is 619 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was first inspected by Inspector Snyder on May 3rd, 2021, and the following violation was observed. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 26, 2021, and it shows that the violation remains as depicted on the photos and also entered for the record. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
My name is Matthias Bestek.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance in the next 63 days?
No, I would respectfully request a much longer period. Let me just point out, it's a big commercial building. It's a 100-room hotel. We are located right on the ocean, so there's a very corrosive environment. When we were first confronted, in May with that complaint. We came out of a very, very difficult year, not just financially, but also staffing-wise. Last year was very difficult. A lot of our maintenance staff did not work. We're still in the same position. It's very hard to find people to work. It's very hard to maintain contractors. It's a big building, and the requested repairs are quite extensive. It's basically to paint the building. We're working with the inspector. Since May, whatever specific area or complaint was given to us was fixed. So the remaining issues are of general nature, and they cover really the whole building. We're working on fixing it with in-house staff, with contractors as we can get them. But we would request respectfully, if possible, and be willing to work with the inspector. I think the inspector knows that. There have been,
What is the time you're requesting?
6 months if possible.
City's response?
Maybe we can, how about 105 days?
Okay, 105 days, and if you run into a problem, you can contact the inspector and always request an extension. But I've got to warn you that if you're not being diligent in trying to get this stuff done, we're not inclined to grant extensions, especially when we're giving you 105 days to get it done.
I understand that. And I mean, for the record, I would like to, just state that we are totally willing to work with the inspector and the city. Okay. I mean, it's our hotel. Obviously, we want to look good.
So just stay diligent, and I'm sure they'll work with you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Our next cases are on we'll start at page 21. For Inspector Michael Jordan. Case number CE21080846. Case address 709 Southwest 14th Avenue, numbers 1 through 3. Owner CSB7 LLC. This case was cited 8/27/21 to comply by 9/11/2021. One section complied at $250. The city is requesting the full amount be imposed. However, this is an appeal. Mr. Brown, please unmute yourself and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Katrina, since we have two cases, can you repeat the case number for me, please?
CE21080846.
Thank you very much. Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division. Case and property address as read. This is an RD15 zone multi-unit residential property. On August 27th, this property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint, and the following civil citation was issued. 24-29A, dumpster overflowing with trash, not maintained, household waste on the ground outside the dumpsters. Photos presented as evidence. City's requesting the full amount.
Okay, who's here for the property owner?
Oh, yes. Hi, good morning. I know this is an issue that we've had in the past. It was a result of the of Republic, our trash service, leaving the container outside, but I've been working with the code compliance officer in the area, and we removed the dumpster immediately after we were notified of the citation. Other than that, that's fine.
Okay, I find that the violation exists and fine for the city.
Thank you.
We have another case for the same property on page 26. Case number CE21070298, case address 709 Southwest 14th Avenue, numbers 1 through 3. Owner CSB7 LLC. This case was cited on 7/10/21 to comply by 7/11/21. One section complied at $400. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division. Case and property address as read. RD 15 zone multi-unit residential property. On August 27th, the property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint, and the following civil citation was issued. 24-27F, dumpster lids at this property are open, permitting access by insect and possible rodents, allowing smells to escape. This was a recurring violation. Photos are presented as evidence. City is requesting the full amount.
Okay, sir,
Yes.
yes. Did you file an appeal of this citation?
I don't believe I did.
Okay, all right, based on the way the law is written, that means that I have to impose the fine, but you're welcome to make a statement if you want for the record.
Okay. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 15. Inspector James Fetter, case number CE 21070419, case address 1621 Seabreeze Boulevard. Property posted 10/13/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
James Fetter for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case CE 21070419, property located at 1621 Seabreeze Boulevard. I inspected the property on 7/13/2021, cited for the following violations. 1812A complied, 4734.4.B.1 complied, 9308B, there's discoloration on the roof. I issued an inspection report allowing 30 days to come into compliance. There was no contact made at the property. An inspection report was posted at the property and sent to the property owner of record. The property was re-inspected on 9/23/2021. I found the violations remained as depicted in the photograph and scheduled for today's hearing. The city is requesting 42 days and a fine of $25 for the violation. And I'd like to submit my file to the clerk.
Okay. Who's going to speak on behalf of the property owner?
How you doing? I'm the realtor representing the bank.
Okay, can you bring the property into compliance within 42 days?
Yes, I've been speaking with Jim, and yes, we can definitely pressure wash the roof and bring it into compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Now, the $25,
We'll start on the 43rd day.
On the 43rd.
Not in compliance.
okay. All right,
All right, thank you.
perfect.
I'm sorry, sir, you are?
I'm the actual property owner. I acquired the property actually through a judgment of quiet title back on the 1st of September.
State your name, please.
Tyrone Jones.
Okay, all right.
And I guess the bank, for some reason, is wanting to do a lot of these repairs for me. So I'm not going to object to them doing the repairs. I'm going to go ahead and let them do it, but I'll also be working with them to bring the property to compliance.
Okay, sounds good. 42 days or $25 a day thereafter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next case is on page 18. Inspector Bovrig Xantis. Case number CE 21060246, case address 1717 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Shallow Max LLC. Property posted 10/16/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Julio Dowd, Co-Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of Inspector Xantis, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This property was first inspected on December 5th, 2018, and given 13 days to comply for the following violations. 9-276C subsection 3. There is evidence of rat droppings at this property, and it is in need of extermination. Section 18-12 subsection A, There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swale. 18-1 has complied. 9-304B. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. And 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on October 16, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 21st, 2021. That last inspection revealed that all the violations remained as depicted on the photos. City is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is András Vlach, and I'm the property manager.
Okay, can you bring the property into compliance within 35 days, please?
Yes, but actually I would like to ask this case to be rescheduled because the property wasn't inspected in the last 2 days as it's supposed to. I know the inspector. He works from Wednesday until Saturday. And I tried to contact him yesterday with a text message. He didn't answer, so I called him. I left him a voicemail. I tried to call his office number. I emailed him regarding the property.
What's the reason for the reschedule?
Because actually the property is in compliance, and I have proof. I can show you the pictures from yesterday and also the day before yesterday.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to grant the 35 days, and within that time, the inspector will go out and re-inspect. If he complies it'll be closed, and you won't have any fines.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to have it on the record that we are still not in compliance while we are. And it's not the owner's mistake that no one went out to check the property. And I did everything that I could to contact the city to ask, to reschedule
I understand.
it.
Sometimes there's overlap, and we can't always get out the same day you call, so.
I understand. That's why I asked for fair
this-
treatment to reschedule it.
Yeah, this will be closed with a compliance once he goes out and verifies, and it'll be fine. Okay?
I'm not so happy about that.
Well, that's my ruling.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 28. Inspector Michael Jordan, case number CE 21080607, case address 912 Southwest 15 Terrace, numbers 1 through 4. Owner, Angel Phoebe LLC in care of Vadrine Arkange. This property was cited on 8/19/21 to comply by 8/29/21. The property came into compliance on October 20th, 2021. $12,750 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount be imposed. No appeal was received for this citation.
Which one are we on again?
We're on page 28. The information was updated by the inspector this morning.
Okay, because I have
It's in compliance as of October 20th.
I have 14,750.
Because, yes, they counted it up through to today,
Okay,
but it was complied before today, so it's the accrued amount is $12,750.
okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division. Case and property address as read. This is an RM15 zone multi-unit residential property. On August 18th, 2021, this property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint. The following civil citation was issued, 18-4C. There are derelict vehicles or trailers parked on the property on a swale. There was a gold car and a white car with either no tags, improper tags, or otherwise in derelict condition parked on the property. This was a recurring violation from case number CE 2107-0531 and CE 2104-0229. Photos are presented as evidence. No appeal received. The city is requesting the full amount.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Khan Vedwin.
Okay, sir, did you file an appeal in this case?
No, ma'am. I received the notice on October 16. The first one and second one, October the 21, to be present for this hearing at this date today. So I live in New York.
Okay.
I spoke with Inspector Jordan. He's indicated that
This says you were supposed to file an appeal by September 12th, 2021.
I did not receive any notice of that.
Okay,
And when I spoke with my attorney, Michael Jordan, he indicated that he advised me to register the property as a rental property. Therefore, I don't have to pay anything for the registration. He would have my phone number to get in touch with me. And he was very nice to advise me what to do next. And those tenants, mother and son, they are very stubborn, especially the mother.
okay.
And when I called Mr. Michael, he indicated that he'd been there, and the violation, if I corrected it, it wouldn't be any violation. When I call him, I tell him the car has been removed. And they removed the car because my nephew went there to inspect that property. After a few days or maybe a week, since I'm in New York, they moved them back with improper plate number.
All right, okay,
So,
I get the picture.
yes.
Anything else from the city?
Your Honor, it is a recurring violation.
Okay.
The vehicles were removed multiple times and returned to the property, resulting in a citation to the owner.
Sir, unfortunately, even though this may have been your tenant's fault technically, it's your property, and so the onus falls on you to keep your property into compliance. And like I have said before, with a citation, once the citation is issued, if it is not appealed, the code doesn't give me any discretion but to impose the fine. Now, there's a process you can go through called lien reduction, and you can inquire about that. But I cannot do anything. I don't have the authority to do anything but impose the fine.
May I present my realtor agent who's managed the property for me?
Yes, this is Leo Jules. I help in managing the properties. As he said before, he has not received the citations. I don't think that's.
understand, but the code also says that if you do not appeal timely, that everything is deemed admitted and you waive everything, including notice.
Well, but if he receives it, but if he did not receive it, how could he appeal something that he did not?
I believe me, I understand your argument, but the law does not give me discretion if it's not appealed. So unless the city, okay, unless the city wants to, I think they're checking the file. Let's see and hear what they have to say.
Your Honor, for the record, the citation was posted to the property with 10 days compliance time. Fines began after the 10 days, as well as all of the due process was followed.
Yeah, I don't doubt it was properly posted. I also don't doubt that they didn't see it, but that's the problem with this portion of the code.
Your Honor, we'll recall this case shortly.
Okay. Can you sit down while they try to work this out, and maybe there's something they can do? Okay, next case.
Our next case is on page 32. Case number CE 210709888, case address 1345 Northwest First Avenue. Owner Victor Perez, Inspector Patrice Jolly. This property was cited on July 30th, 2021 to comply by 8/14/2021. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
Katrina, that was 0988, right?
Yes.
1345.
And we're waiting on the property owner. He should be in the
Okay.
hearing room shortly. Good morning, Mr. Perez. Can you start your video and unmute yourself, please? Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city presenting case CE 21070988 for 1345 Northwest First Avenue and presenting that for Patrice Jolly. This property was first issued the citation on 7/30/2021 and given 15 days to come into compliance. For violation 15272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violations remain until compliance was met on 9/22/21. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full amount imposition of fines.
Mr. Perez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you file an appeal in this matter?
No, Your Honor, but I'm in compliance right now. When I received I didn't know that I had to do all this process. This is a duplex that I live in, and I rent half of my house on Airbnb, but it's not my main business. I'm a gardener, and I didn't know that I had to apply for all this. As soon as I received the citation, I applied. The problem was that when I applied under my name, and I realized that I had to. The day after, I joined LegalZoom, and they recommended to create an LLC. So I did in compliance, and I applied for the Department of Business and Professional Regulation and paid for it. I did the Florida Department of Revenue, and they provide me with a use and tax certification as well.
Okay, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I understand that the property is now in compliance and that you've done what you're supposed to do, but it was out of compliance for 38 days, and you did not file an appeal, so I have no discretion in the matter but to impose the fine.
Your Honor.
If there are mitigating circumstances, you can try applying for a lien reduction, but I don't have any discretion.
Your Honor, I went to the Florida Department of Revenue myself, and I canceled the number, and the lady at the Department of Revenue said that that was being solved as I went personally. When I received the letter, I went directly to the office, and I explained to the lady that the number that they were charging me doesn't exist because it was under my name, and we created an LLC. I haven't made that amount of money on my on my Airbnb since I started, as you could imagine.
I appreciate that, and all of this, would have been pertinent had you filed the appeal, but I don't have any discretion in the matter, so your only option, or one of your options, is to go for a lien reduction, and that's all I can tell you about it.
And how much it will be the amount?
The fine to date is $7,600.
I haven't. So why when I went to the office of the Florida Department of Revenue, I canceled that number and I gave them the new number, they didn't say that I had to do that. And as you can imagine, I don't make that amount of money.
All right, I understand, sir, and believe me, I don't have any discretion in the matter. Is there anything?
And how do I do that reduction?
Speak while I'm speaking.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I have to impose the fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Perez, you can contact our office and we'll explain to you how to do a lien reduction, okay?
Okay.
All right. That's it. You can log off now. Have a great day. We're recalling the case on page 28 with Inspector Michael Jordan. Case number CE 21080607, case address 912 Southwest 15th Terrace, numbers 1 through 4. You all can come back to the podium. Your Honor, we have verified that the certified mail was delivered to the Brooklyn address.
Okay, all right. Then I have no alternative but to impose the fine, as
Thank
no
you, Your Honor.
appeal was received. And I would suggest that you contact their office to talk to them about how you go about a lien reduction hearing, okay?
May I say that I first received the notice on October 15 from my lawyer. They emailed my lawyer to be present today. I wonder why my lawyer did not receive an email regarding the first notice to be present here.
The citation
can
was
prove that.
delivered on August 26, 1:37 p.m. to the Brooklyn address.
I did not receive any, nobody signed
I
for
don't
it.
have any attorney of record in my docket, so.
But I have the email from my attorney.
Okay, all right, well, you'll need to contact him then and have him tell you what you need to do next, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No.
Our next case is on page 26. Inspector Boverick Xantus, case number CE 19061756, case address 2700 Northwest 16th Street, owner Johnny Lee Rhodes and Valerie Ann Rhodes. This property was first cited on 2/20/2020 to comply by 4/23/2020. There are 4 suspensions notated on the agenda. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day, $5,100 accrued, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My name is Lawrence Shaliga. I'm with the City Manager's Office, and we're in subdivision, Housing and Community Development.
Uh-huh.
This is one of my affordable housing projects,
Okay,
and code enforcement had cited the house. It was brought to our attention, and the project was given to me. I wrote the specifications for the scope of work and sent it out to bid. And I've been here several times before, and there's been a huge delay in materials in getting this done. And the windows by themselves had a 16-week wait. The windows come in about 10 days from now. They put the doors in yesterday. I had the roof done. I had the sewer line fixed. I had some other plumbing issues fixed. They're not going to paint the house until after the windows go in. And so I still need some more time to get this project finished.
is there any estimated delivery date on the windows?
They're supposed to be in about 10 days from now.
Okay. Any objection from the city to an additional extension?
Lauderdale Compliance Supervisor, no, ma'am.
Okay, all right, I'll give you 42 days.
That should be just enough time
Okay,
to do it. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Our next case is on page 32. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 21070955. Case address 601 Northeast 11th Avenue. Owner Jamie Kopix. Plotus Irrevocable Trust and all others. This case was cited on 7/30/21 to comply by 8/14/21. 1 section complied at $200 per day, $9,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation. And we are waiting for the respondents to enter into the waiting room now. I'm sorry, into the hearing room.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Hold on, sir. I need to read in first. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second, Lenny. We're still waiting on. Christy, if you are in the waiting room, please use the raised hand function because we don't see you in the waiting room. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
And Jamie?
Jamie is not going to be present.
Okay. Can you both raise your right hands? You swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city, presenting KCE 21070955, location 601 Northeast 11th Avenue, presenting for Inspector Patrice Jolly. This property was issued a citation on 7/30/21 to come into compliance within 15 days for the following violation: 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violation remained uncomplied when came into compliance on 10/1/21. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay, who's appearing on behalf of the property owner?
I am, Your Honor, Corey Biazzo here. Your Honor, I want to let you know that this property, when the Airbnb rentals may have occurred, there was a tenant occupying the property. The tenant is still currently occupying the property. The tenant was not authorized to list the property on Airbnb or any similar service. And we're currently pursuing an eviction action against the tenant. We submitted that as an exhibit. We submitted our complaint. It had a copy of the lease attached to it as an exhibit to the complaint for possession. And further, the property owner never received any notice of the fines. If you look at the online.
Did your client file an appeal in this case?
We, as soon as we received this, so first of all, the notice that went out by certified mail, the civil violation notice, went to a P.O. box. There was mail forwarding from the property for the property owner to the P.O. box. So the notice was received late. We intervened in this matter as soon as possible. This is the first time that we're hearing of the $9,400 fine. The property owners never received notice of this. They've made numerous attempts to reach out to the tenant. Tenant doesn't reply. Had we known about this sooner, we would have gotten ahead of this. And I really think that imposing the fine would create a due process violation, given that the property owner did not receive fair notice of the fine being imposed. As I stated earlier, if you look at the online record on the Fort Lauderdale government website, it states that the case has been complied with. It doesn't say anything about a fine being imposed. You click on the fees.
That's what you're hearing
It says
today.
That's today, counsel. The fine's being imposed today.
correct, but there's nothing, we never received notice of fines. And if you do impose these fines, we will have to appeal this to the court.
And that is fine, and that is right. And I'll ask the city attorney to weigh in. It's my understanding I'm not permitted to rule on constitutional issues.
Right. So a couple of things, Your Honor. And I'm looking at the current records for BCPA, which indicates that the mailing address for the property is actually the property, 601 Northeast 11th Avenue. And as Your Honor knows, and for purposes of the record, under Florida Statute 162, the city is obligated and required to provide the owner notice as listed in BCPA records, and that is the property, actual property itself. The mailing address and the site address are one and the same. Further, 162 does not require actual notice. It requires notice pursuant to the statute, which is certified mail. And as Your Honor sees in the photos being shown, a posting at the property, which did occur. Additionally, under section 11-19G of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code, which is also reflected on the citation, on the front and the back of the citation, it states that if the property owner does not appeal within the specified time, it does constitute an admission and a waiver of any substantive argument with regard to the violation that is subject to the citation. The code also states in 11-19 that the special magistrate shall impose the fines associated with the citation. It does not give the special magistrate any discretion in the instance where the property owner does not timely appeal. There is no appeal reflected in today's docket that was timely filed.
And it's my understanding that they also waive notice when they fail to apply for the appeal. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to impose the fine.
I do want to state that no appeal was filed because the property owner had no notice of this matter.
I understand your argument.
So we're going to file an appeal, and if necessary, we're going to sue the city of Fort Lauderdale for injunctive relief. This is a violation of the owner's due process rights.
Yes.
And it's not a violation of due
Federal
process
Constitution.
when the city has provided notice as listed in BCPA, which is before the court, before the magistrate, and posted the property, which is required under 162. If the owner was concerned with proper notice and he or she or it doesn't live at the property, it would be suggested that the mailing address be changed in BCPA. That is the place where we're legally, that's where we're legally bound to provide, and the city did provide that due process.
We had forwarding to a PO box. That item was not received in the PO box. It's checked every 3 days. This is not due process. This is a violation.
The magistrate, for the record, the certified mail was signed for at the property.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. As I said, I'm not allowed to rule on constitutional issues. And
We'll let the court do that.
please don't talk while I'm speaking. And the code is clear that I do not have discretion if an appeal is not filed to do anything but impose the fine. And so I'm so doing. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 31. Senior Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 21080798, case address 521 Southwest 3rd Avenue, owner Maud Wagner. The case was cited on 9/7/21 to comply by 9/22/21. One section complied at $200 per day. $1,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 21080798, address 521 Southwest 3rd Avenue. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On September 7, 2021, the property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The property was given 15 days to comply and 15 days to appeal. The following violation 15-272 parentheses A was cited and a citation issued. The case complied on September 29th. No appeal was filed.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Nicole Knott. I have an alias of what you have there.
Say that again.
You have my alias on my house. My name is Nicole Knott, however.
Okay. Your alias?
I work for the sheriff's office, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that. Okay, and did you file an appeal in this case?
No, ma'am, but I'm looking at this listing here, and that's not 521.
Okay.
You're showing 525 Southwest 3rd Avenue. It is an approved Airbnb and inspected.
Is this 902?
No, ma'am.
So correct, 521. 521 South 3rd Avenue. Okay. So it should, I put in 521. My question to you, on the advertisement here, it says entire residential home hosted by Nicole.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is not your property, the inside of the property?
That is my property, but that's property address 525, which you have already inspected and approved.
Okay, so you're saying this is 525
Correct,
and not 521?
correct.
Okay. Well, that's the property that I pulled up and under 521, under Airbnb.
It is on Airbnb. It is approved by the city and inspected by yourself, but it is 525.
So okay, is it 521 through 520?
No, ma'am, it's a completely separate building. It's next door. It's 525.
Okay.
I think you may have, with respect, pulled up the wrong listing.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay.
So-
Do we,
Well, moving forward with it, under the circumstances of having the incorrect address, at this present time, I guess with the approval of the supervisor, do we want to close?
We can withdraw.
okay, thank you very much for withdrawing the case.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 32. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 21050671, case address 900 Northeast 20th Avenue, owner F&B Waterfront LLC. No? "901 Sunrise Lane, case number CE 21070816, owner Sandcastle LLLP. This property was cited on 7/22/21 to comply by 8/6/21. One section complied at $200. $5,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
It's 901 Sunrise Lane, correct? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne, presenting case CE 21070816 for property located at 901 Sunrise Lane. I'm presenting this for Inspector Patrice Jolly. This property was issued a citation on 7/22/2021 and given 15 days to correct the violation. For 15272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Violations remain and came into compliance on 9/2/21. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay, please state your name again for the record.
Nicole Knott.
Okay, and was an appeal filed in this case?
Unfortunately, it was not filed. During that time that I should have filed the appeal, I am still on and have taken a large mental health break due to a large traumatic event in Miami that I was working. So I did not file the appeal. However, I do have the proof from Airbnb. I can submit it to you here that it was taken off the same day that the citation was received and has not been advertised since. I also have been approved, the application process has been approved, and an inspection has been scheduled as well.
Okay, do you want to show that to the inspector that it was taken off?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Just make sure that this is the right one.
Your Honor, if you look at the photo, if I'm correct, if you look at the photo, I think one of the listings showed 822 to 828. That was,
We're looking at 901 Sunrise Lane. Is that what's in front of me in these?
correct, Your Honor. Just for a second, Your Honor, I'm just looking at the.
Okay.
Your Honor, Your magistrate?
Yes.
My apologies. Katrina Jordan on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Vacation Rental Supervisor. We're going to withdraw this case as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, it's
Thank you.
withdrawn. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 31. Inspector Gail Williams, Senior Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 210808284, case address 2642 Flamingo Lane. Owners Morgan and Naylene Baker. This case was cited 8/17/21 to comply by 9/1/21. One section not complied at $200 per day. $11,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 210808284, address 2642 Flamingo Lane. This property was being utilized.
Ms. Gail, sorry, the property owner isn't in the room yet.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we have someone present and someone online. My apologies. Good morning, Ms. Baker. Please unmute yourself and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 210808284, address 2642 Flamingo Lane. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On August 17, 2021, the property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The property was given 15 days to comply and 15 days to appeal. The following violation, 15-272A, was cited and a citation issued. The violation has not complied. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting full amount to be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, I'm Tamara Davis. I am the leasee of the property. I leased the property from Miss Naylene Baker. And I did apply for everything. We're just waiting an inspection. I've been in touch with Miss Gail Williams, and congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
My brother had passed in September. I paid for and completed everything. We were just waiting the inspection. My brother passed away, my younger brother, and I did speak with Miss Williams, and I let her know that. We rescheduled, and I had to reschedule the inspection. And so with her transitioning into a new position, we've literally been paying phone and email tag for basically the month of October. On Monday, I just spoke with Miss Williams, and she let me know she got a promotion. And I've also been in touch with Mr. Champagne, who is now the inspector. I have yet to hear from Mr. Champagne to be able to get an inspection, but I'm ready for the inspection. I have been. We just have not been able to get on the schedule.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
You know, unfortunately, I have to impose the fine, but what you're talking about is some mitigating circumstances that you should apply for a lien reduction, and I'm sure they can help you decide how to do that. But because the appeal wasn't filed, I have no choice but to impose the fine. But if there are mitigating circumstances, you can come back on a lien reduction hearing, okay?
Will do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 31. Case number CE 210506665. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case address 1811 Northeast 8th Street, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Chaim Slavitsky, in care of Shabbat Lubavitch. This property was cited on 8/19/21 to comply by 9/3/21. One section complied at $200 per day. $1,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. No appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city for KCE 2105-0665, property address 1811 Northeast 8th Street, 1 through 3. Presenting this for Inspector Patrice Jolly. Property was issued a citation on 8/19/21 and given 15 days to come into compliance for violation 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violation came into compliance on 9/9/21. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Sir, please state your name.
James Lavatiki.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
So I just want to clarify what happened, at least on our end. We don't live at the property. In March 2021, we moved out of the
Can you
property.
speak into the microphone? I'm not.
In March 2020, this year of March, we moved out of the property. We live down the street on Las Olas Boulevard. The mailing address on BCPA was changed to our current address. I didn't see this notice because we don't live in this home. We never did Airbnb. It's listed for a yearly rental. It's currently still listed on a yearly rental. We had a lot of people who reached out to us that they want to rent it from us for a yearly rental and do Airbnb, and we declined it. And I didn't receive this notice until I had a friend who stayed for the holidays at our old home, and I saw that notice. I'm not sure if I was supposed to receive that notice in our home, where this is the mailing address on BCPA, but I wasn't aware, and I'm not sure if legally I was supposed to send also to my home. But I right away spoke to the inspector as soon as I saw it, and I explained the situation, and he was very he understood what happened, and he says sometimes people list properties, and we were acquired just to get leads for their own properties, whatever the case was. And I told him it's listed for yearly rentals. I don't have the time to deal with vacation rentals. And I told him we are looking into if down the line we will do vacation rentals, but it's still currently listed for yearly rentals. And I didn't see this notice. I'm not sure if it's a good excuse, but
Okay, I get it. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor, I can't speak to what he said to your inspector or what the inspector said.
Okay, and unfortunately, you know, if you don't file the appeal, everything's deemed admitted. So you have options of a lien reduction or whatever, but I don't have any discretion in the matter if an appeal is not filed, so.
wasn't it supposed to receive the notification on the mailing address for that
This
address?
is waived if you don't file the appeal. That's part of the code.
No, but shouldn't the notice come to the mailing address on the property? Because
Sir, it can be posted on the property.
It was posted, Your Honor, you can see on the
And that's
picture.
part of it as well. So I have no discretion in the matter, so you can
So how can I be held responsible for, something we didn't do?
take that up with the city commission about how the law is written. Or you can get your own legal counsel. I can't give you legal advice on what to do next. There is a lien reduction program you could possibly utilize, but that's all I can say.
Can I request us to pay the administrative cost or?
Sir?
If you like, sir, I can talk to you about the lien and that out in the hall if you wish.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, the mail was sent to the address of record in Broward County Property Appraiser's website.
You have the date when it was, the first letter I received was in October for this. You have,
Okay.
is there a date for when it was?
I'll have Leonard bring it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 30. Senior Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE21070952, case address 2461 Southwest 16th Court. Owner John Daniel. This case was cited on 8/11/21 to comply by 8/26/21. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation. And we're waiting on the property owner to enter into the virtual hearing room. Good morning, Mr. Daniel. Please unmute yourself and raise your right hand.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Mr. Daniel? Mr. Daniel?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 210700952, address 2461 Southwest 16th Court. This property was being utilized as a vacation rental without a required certificate of compliance from the city. On August 11th, 2021, the property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The property was given 15 days to comply or 15 days to appeal. The following violation, 15-272A, was cited and a citation issued. The case complied on September 2nd, 2021. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is John Daniel.
Yes, Mr. Daniel, did you file an appeal in this case?
When we called, they just said to remove the listings, and we did so. And they just said to get the licenses, and we did so as well. And nobody mentioned to file an appeal. They just said to remove the listings, and we should be fine. We were talking to somebody in the office. I think it was Gabriel or something, I'm not sure. And then we got the licenses, and we took down the listings immediately as soon as we got the notice.
Okay, what's the date of
The date the citation was issued on August 11th, 2021.
August 12th.
Okay. Okay, as I've said to everyone else, unfortunately, if you had filed an appeal, I could have, received evidence on this, and I could have maybe given you a break here, but because
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you well.
as I've told others, with a citation that is not appealed, I do not have any discretion except to impose the fine. It's a shall, it's not a may. And so as a result of that, while what you're telling me might have been important if you filed an appeal, I cannot use it to make a determination today. I must impose the fine. You have options. If you want to go for a lien reduction, you can do that, or you can consult an attorney. But I can't give you legal advice. All I can do under the code at this juncture is to impose the fine.
And what is the fine, Your Honor?
It's $1,200.
Okay, and then can I file an appeal on that through the?
Yeah, I can't give you legal advice. If you want to file an appeal, I suggest you contact an attorney. If you want to go for a lien reduction, the city can help you with that process.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next case is on page 4. Inspector Anthony Flores. Case number CE 21090338. Address 501 Orton Avenue. Owner Grand Palm Plaza LLC. Property was posted 10/2/2021, posted at City Hall 10/14/2021. Oh, we have one online? Oh.
Give us one moment as the respondent is entering the virtual hearing room.
Good morning, I can hear you now.
You can go ahead, Anthony.
Good morning, Inspector Flores for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. This is case 21090338 for the property address at 501 Orton Avenue. The property was first inspected on September 15th, 2021, and the following violations were observed. Code Section 47-20.20H, there are parking facilities on the east, south, and west side of the property that are not maintained. Uneven and damaged asphalt pavement, missing faded striping, and wheel stops deteriorated. Still in violation. Code Section 9-306, the exterior buildings have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. Wall AC units missing, creating openings in the exterior walls. And there are areas of the exterior that have stain, missing, and peeling paint. Code Section 9-313A is in compliance. Code Section 9.280H1, the fence gates at this property are in disrepair and not being maintained as required. There are missing and damaged posts, rails, pickets, and the fence on the fence, and locking mechanisms on gates are also deteriorated. The fence issue is a repeat violation under the code case CE 19030733, which was heard on 5/16/2019 and found for the city, and also under case CE 18010010, which was heard on 5/17/18 and was also found for the city. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 27th and showed the violations remain as depicted on the photos and submitted for the record. For the violations of 47-20.20H, the city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter. For the violations of 9306, the city is requesting another 35 days to comply or a fine of $30 or $50 a day thereafter. For the violation of 9-280 H1, since this is a repeat violation, the city is requesting a fine in the amount of $4,400 already imposed, as of 10/28/21 be imposed, and a daily fine after that of $100 a day until compliance is met.
Who is here on behalf of the property?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Lauren Ramos, a law clerk with Crush Law. We are representing the Grand Palm Plaza LLC, owner of the property 501 on Orton Avenue.
Okay, and are you in agreement to bring the first two violations in compliance within 35 days or $50 a day thereafter?
Yes, Your Honor, and we, as in speaking with Inspector Flores, we were in the, we had, we were working with the building division to correct some violations with the fence, which is why we actually had thought this violation was complied. So that communication has been with the inspector. Will make sure he's CC'd on communications with the building division from now on. But we would thank you for 35 days to comply.
Okay, anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, in light of the fact that this is a repeat violation, I'm going to impose a fine of $2,500 and $100 a day thereafter. And there'll be no further extensions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Bover-Xantis, case number CE 21070250. Case address 1830 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Linda K. Gibson. Property posted 10/16/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Hello again, Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of Code Compliance Officer Bover-Xantis, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This property was first inspected on July 7th, 2021, and the following violations were discovered. 18-12 subsection A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. 18-4 subsection C complied. 9-280 subsection B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, such as broken windows that are covered with metal sheets. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are rotten. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-305 subsection B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including on the swale. At 9-305 subsection A, there is growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. And 24-27 subsection B, there are waste containers which are improperly placed and are left constantly by the gate and not pulled back to an approved location. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on October 16, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection conducted on 10/21 of 21 revealed that all violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 49 days to correct the violations or a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jonathan Walker.
Okay. All right. Can you bring the property into compliance within 42 days?
She has been back and forth in Boynton Beach taking care of her son because he had a stroke. We've been neighbors for over 40 years. So since she brought it to my attention that the city was on her about the fines, I have pretty much done everything except for the fascia boards for her because she's up in age and she's back and forth. So I put together a team to actually clean up her whole yard, get rid of the debris. I got rid of the van that was in the yard. The only thing that we have left to do now are the fascia boards in her roof. She doesn't have any broken windows, but she lives alone. So I guess that's why she
Is
has to.
42 days enough time for the facial board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. You're a good neighbor, sir.
Thank you.
And we wish you luck getting this complied. And please, if you run into any problems, notify the inspector, because on the 43rd day, then the fines will start to accrue. You won't have any fines if you get it done in that 42 days.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All righty.
Our next case is on page 35. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE21-070964. Case address 1115 Northeast 3rd Avenue. Owner Tiffany Bader. This case was cited on 7/3/21 to comply by 8/20/21. One section complied at $200 per day. $2,800 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation. The owner is coming into the virtual hearing room. Good morning, Tiffany. Can you start your video and unmute yourself?
Hello, Your Honor.
Good morning. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Oh, let me get the video on. I'm sorry. Okay. Good morning, Your Honor.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Should I speak now, Your Honor?
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry, Tiffany. No worries.
Okay.
So, Tiffany, this is, for the record, Katrina Jordan, Supervisor for City of Fort Lauderdale. You and I spoke on the phone this week.
Yes, ma'am.
However, we're going to withdraw your case, and then I'll contact you after the hearing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye. Our next case is on page 26. Oh, I'm sorry, page 14. Our next case is on page 14 with Code Inspector Darren Emmons, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 21070842. Case address 2337 Northwest 15th Street. Owner FYR SFR Borrow LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes. Property posted 10/13/21. Posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Hello, good morning. Reggie White speaking, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case for Inspector Emmons. This property was first inspected on July 21st, 2021, where the violation of a 9-305B was observed. The paved driveway is not well graded and or dust-free. There are cracks and potholes in it. The property was posted on October 13, 2021. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 10/23. Shows the violations remain. No one from the property contacted the city or the inspector. The city is requesting 21 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Brenda Buenaventura. I'm the property manager.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 21 days?
Havenbrook Homes was purchased by Progress Residential, so that's the reason we were placed on hold the work order. I don't know if 21 days. I know yesterday the vendor said that they spoke with the inspector and they were granted an extension, but they said if I come today, they'll let me know how long is the extension. Is 21 days?
Speak into the microphone.
Is 21 days the max time for inspection, being that we just did the transition of the integration with Havenbrook Homes and Progress Residential? So the vendors kind of fell between the crack. And yesterday, when the vendor confirmed that they did speak to the inspector and the inspector was going to grant an extension. But I don't know how long he stated or she stated.
So let me ask you, what type of driveway are you looking to construct?
I believe the work orders for gravel.
Gravel driveway, okay. Would 60 days be enough?
Yes, that should be fine.
60 days.
Okay, we're going to do 63 days because it works with my calendar, or $25 a day thereafter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 32. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne presenting. Case number CE 21080058. Case address 3325 Northeast 14th Court. Owner Carol Storms. This case was cited on August 7th, 2021 to comply by 8/23/2021. One section not complied at $400 per day, $26,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city for case CE 21080058 for property located at 3325 Northeast 14th Court. I'm presenting this for Inspector Patrice Jolly. Property was issued a citation on 8/7/2021 and given 15 days to correct the following violation. 15272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. As last check, the violation remains. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Please state your name for the record.
Carol Storms.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
This is the first time hearing about it. Thanks to Patrice. The inspector's been fantastic. I have signed a long-term lease with a tenant who's been utilizing my home as a vacation rental. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
And I was assured by Castelli Realtor, Shannon McAfee, that they had a valid vacation rental license. And it was unbeknownst to me that they don't, or they're in the process. And I wouldn't have known about it if it wasn't for the Inspector Jolly, and I've been in touch with him constantly. And I don't, it's a real hardship on an owner and when you're told something, and I really am looking at the city at how to address the issue. It's very serious.
else from the city?
No, Your Honor, as you can see on there, you're seeing an ad in there, and it was tried to be booked from October 27th to 31st, and it could have been booked. So that was a violation. You're advertising, or you have a listing up there as a short-term rental, which if you wanted to, you could have immediately taken down the ad to come in compliance.
Okay, unfortunately, I have no alternative but to impose the fine, but you may seek a lien reduction or,
Yeah, we don't know. We have these people in the house and it's just so hard.
yeah.
You know, you sign a long-term lease and then they're doing these vacation rentals.
I understand it's a
So,
difficult situation.
I just wanted to come in and I appreciate, if it wasn't for Inspector Jolly, I wouldn't even know.
Yeah, yeah.
So I really appreciate all he's done for me.
Oh,
So, wish he was here.
I'll speak with you about the lien hearing
Oh, yeah, it's
also.
okay.
Are you
Thanks.
okay? Okay.
Yeah, we've known each other. I've been here 20 years. I love Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Get the information on the lien reduction hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 30. Senior Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 21071043, case address 1520 Southeast 10th Street, owner Robert John Mercurio. This property was cited on 8/19/21 to comply by 9/3/2021. One section not complied at $200 per day. $10,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 210711043. The address is 1520 Southeast 10th Street. This property was being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On August 19th, 2021, the property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The property was given 15 days to comply or 15 days to appeal. The following violation, 15-272A, was cited and a citation issued. The violation has not complied. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting full amount to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Robert Mercurio.
Okay. Can you make sure you speak right into the microphone? Have you filed an appeal in this case?
I have not.
Okay. All right. So I can tell you what I've told everybody else, which is if you don't file the appeal, I have no discretion but to impose the fine.
Even if, so I did not receive the, I got the certified mail and then I acted upon it immediately, and I also got the hand-delivered notice by Gail. In regards to the initial violation, it was my understanding it was given to one of my renters. They notified me of a violation over the phone, but they said they left it at the property, which I did not receive, so I did not know that I could appeal the violation at that time.
Okay. As I said, many times before, unfortunately, even notice is waived if you don't file the appeal. So I have no alternative but to impose the fine. And, if you feel like there are mitigating circumstances in your case, you can go through the lien reduction process or consult an attorney.
Got it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Michael Jordan, case number CE 210900503. Case address 109 Southwest 2nd Avenue, owner 111 Property Group LLC. This property was cited on 9/25/21 to comply by 9/26/21. One section complied at $150 per day. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
My apologies, Your Honor. My glasses are fogging up. Katrina, this is 21090503, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 2109-0503, property address 109 Southwest 2 Avenue. Property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint. Violations were issued for 47-19.4C. Complied November 27th, unlawful placement or storage of the dumpster on or upon a street, alley, or public right-of-way. Your Honor, no appeal was filed for the citation. City's requesting full amount.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Jared John.
Did you file an appeal in this?
I believe the building owner did.
Okay, do you have proof of filing an appeal?
I need to follow up with the owner.
Okay.
I'm the business owner.
All right. Is there no record of an appeal in this case?
There is no record of appeal for this case. I can check again if you'd
Is
like.
there any, I know I met with Inspector Jordan and we talked about the situation. Can they explain what the situation is?
The situation at this point, because there wasn't an appeal filed for the citation for the dumpster being out in the street, because there wasn't an appeal filed, the judge really has no choice but to impose the fines, as she can explain.
But what is the fine for?
That was the dumpster being placed out street side.
The fine is $150, and unless you have proof that an appeal was filed, I have no discretion in the matter.
Okay, so all right, and we took care of the situation from our meeting. Okay,
Yes.
I just wasn't aware of what the situation was. So as long as that's clear, I have no problem paying the $150 and taking care of that.
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Our next case is on page 35, Senior Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 2107-1008. Case address 6750 Northeast 21st Road, number 109. Owners Patricia Pina and Valencia Lopez. The citation was issued on 8/3/21 to comply by 8/18/21. One section not complied at $200 per day. $14,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation. Good morning, Ms. Valencia. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2107-1008, address 6750 Northeast 21st Road, Unit 109. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On August 3rd, 2021, the property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The property was given 15 days to comply or 15 days to appeal. The following violation, 15-272A, was cited and a citation issued. The case has not complied. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting full amount to be imposed.
Okay, who's here for the property owner?
I am Monica Valencia, the daughter of the owners.
Okay, Ms. Valencia.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. It's very.
Okay.
Can
you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, was an appeal filed in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why do I have a default final judgment on my?
Yes. The violation was being committed by a tenant.
Okay.
This tenant signed a lease agreement, and he was approved by the condominium association on June 2nd, 2021. He went to the interview and he agreed with the rules and regulations of the condominium, which included any rentals of any kind, of subleasing of any kind. When we learned about this this, violation from the tenant. We learned that from the HOA, who contacted us and sent us an email saying that the property was being rented, and they sent us a copy of the Airbnb ad. My parents are two elderly citizens. My dad is 90 years old. My mom is 75. They live here in Palm Beach County. Me too. We don't go around the property or anything, but we contacted immediately after we were notified. Immediately that same day, we called that tenant and told him about this, confronted him about this violation. And he was very cynical. He denied it. He said that he wasn't renting that it was his family who was staying for the weekend, that he was out of town for a weekend, and that he had just advertised the place, but he let his family stay at the apartment. We demanded that he take down this ad, and told him that he needed to do it immediately, and he did not comply.
Okay.
We reached out to Airbnb. We had no success. We sent them proof and evidence because we wanted them to take the ad down if he didn't do it. He did not reply to phone calls. He was very difficult with the association about, complying with like the parking regulations in the condominium. Since we sent him, I went online to the Florida bar and got a notice, sample notice notice from landlord to tenant of non-compliance for matters other than failure to pay rent. We sent this by certified mail to him, by regular mail to him. He did still not comply. We gave him 7 days. He still didn't comply. And then we just
I get the picture. Unfortunately, because you haven't filed an appeal, I said, unfortunately, because you have not filed an appeal, I have no discretion but to impose the fine. You may have some mitigating circumstances, and if you do, you may avail yourself of the lien reduction process. But for right now, I have to impose the fine.
What is the amount of the fine?
The fine is hefty. It's up to $14,000. So I would suggest that you look into all your options at this point.
Can I say my dad had been in the hospital for a stroke 3 times during this time of being, and
Ma'am, this is mitigating circumstances that at a lien reduction hearing, I'll be happy to listen to, and I would do my best to work with you on this. But in this stage of the proceedings, because you have not filed an appeal, I have no discretion but to impose the fine. So you can find out from the city how you go about the lien reduction hearing, and I will hear all of this at that time, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 15, Inspector James Fetter. Case number CE 21080201. Case address 1844 Southeast First Avenue, owner RL Asset Company, LLC. Property was posted on 10/13/21 and posted at City Hall on 10/14/21. Good morning, Ray. Can you please unmute yourself and raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today?
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
James Fetter for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 21080201, property located at 1844 Southeast First Ave. I inspected the property on 8/11/2021 and cited for the following violations: 47-34.1.A.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property. There's open air storage, including but not limited to the front and sides of this RS8 zone residential property. This is a non-permitted land use per section 4734. 9-2 279 is 276 is complied. 9-280G, there's electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to exposed wires and missing covers. And the stove is not in working condition. 9-279G, the drain pipe on the kitchen sink is not secured to the sink and the shower handle leaks water. 9-308B, there's debris, trash, or other element which is not permanent on the roof. There's a tarp secured to the roof. 9-308A, the roof is not in good repair and is not weather tight or watertight. There is water damage in the interior ceilings of several of the rooms. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There are several areas of damage to the walls and ceilings in several rooms of the property that need to be repaired. There are 2 windows that have boards on them and need to be repaired. I issued an inspection report allowing 30 days to come into compliance. There was contact made with the resident and Carlos. We both did an inspection at the same time. I re-inspected the property with Carlos and the tenant at 9/22/2021. I found the violations remained as depicted in the photographs and scheduled for today's hearings. The city is requesting 42 days and a fine of $25 per violation. Would like to submit a file to the clerk.
Who's here for the property owner?
Naresh Ray Bachin.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 42 days?
We'd like a little bit longer, preferably 90 days. We do have to get a permit. We finally got a contractor to come out who's willing to do the work, and the roof as well. I have the estimate. We got it 2 days ago after calling and following up with several vendors. But the permitting process, they said, will take a little bit of time, and they are back ordered on materials. There's a shortage, they said, due to some, just throughout the country. They said that it's not practical to be done in 30 to 40 days, that by the time we get the deposit to them, which is already cut, they would basically need more time to be able to get it done. They have to get the permit. That would take at least a couple weeks. And then they'll order the material as soon as we do the process. So we'd like for 90 days. We are in the middle of, the reason we've had this issue is because we took the property over recently. The tenants were actually supposed to be out, but they decided to stay past their lease termination date. And so we're in court right now to evict them. That's another issue we have, is that we can't work. Every time we try to attempt to go there to do the work, they'll let us come in and they'll have the team there for an hour and then say, oh no, we need to leave. We have to go somewhere. We've had 2 or 3 times. I can show pictures where we even repaired some of the electrical and everything, and they took back the faceplates without any reason whatsoever.
Okay.
I have pictures of that. If I can share my screen, I'll show it.
All right, just 1 second.
We've done some of the patches as well, but we do need some more time because we are in the middle. Sorry?
Please don't speak when I'm speaking.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Does the city have any objection to 91 days?
No, I would be fine with that.
Okay, 91 days or $25 a day thereafter. Do you
Thank you.
understand, sir? Sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so
Yes,
I
ma'am.
granted you 91 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 2 cases are on page 25. Inspector Boverick Xantis. Case number CE 20110388. Case address 1716 Southwest 15th Court. Owner Beatrice Sibley's. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 9/9/21. Suspended 8/26/21 to 9/9/21. One section not complied at $50 per day. $2,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Also on page 25, case number CE 21040322, case address 1716 Northwest 15th Court, owner Beatrice Sibley's. This case was first heard on 7/29/21 to comply by 8/26/21. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $6,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor.
I'm sorry. Ms. Beatrice, can you please raise your right hand?
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, sorry, right hand.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of Code Compliance Officer Bovier Xantis, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This case was first heard on August 26, 2021, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 14 days to correct the violation. At this time, the violations remain, and the city is seeking full imposition, as mentioned by Ms. Jordan.
Okay, ma'am. Who's appearing on the part of the property?
I am the owner, Beatrice Douglas.
Okay. This has been going on since August. You've been given an extension. Why isn't the property brought into compliance?
Okay, I just wanted to go through the violations. The tenant, one of the violations relate to the parked cars.
Yes.
There are no parked cars currently on the property. And the former tenant who had parked, had created the violation actually moved out, I believe, at the beginning of August.
Okay.
So I'm not sure why it's saying that I understand that there's still a broken fence, and I can get to that in a second, but I just wanted to deal first, if that's okay, just to clarify the issue of the parked cars, that there are no parked cars.
Okay, all right. So do we want to give him time to have this re-inspected?
Not at this time. Per the inspector's last inspection, the vehicles remain. The property was not in compliance. She can come back for a lien reduction, and as I understand it, I believe she's also in the process of trying to obtain a lien settlement, which will include this case amongst other ones that she has open against the property. So they can all come back at that time for mitigation purposes, if and when she takes the steps to do so.
Okay.
Your Honor and Inspector, can I just confirm something?
Sure.
I actually spoke, this is Inspector Davila, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I spoke to Inspector Xantis, and he confirmed that when he went there, the cars were removed. Am I mistaken?
That is not what I am seeing from his notes and from the case. I could look into it. If you give me another second, I can look into the inspection notes.
Sorry, Supervisor Davila?
Yes, ma'am.
The violation she's referring to, vehicles parked on a grass lawn area, is only the first part. The second part is the gravel driveway on the occupied property is not being maintained. So the violation still exists whether the cars are there or not.
Okay. Yeah, so that violation then was corrected, and the only one that remains is the driveway, ma'am.
Okay, correct, yes. So and that is what I explained to Inspector Xantis and to you, Inspector Davila, which is the property is in forbearance. One of the reasons the property is in forbearance is because I have tried to repair the property. The roof needs to be prepared. I got financing approved, Your Honor, that I can document in January of this year to repair the roof using the CPACE financing. But that CPACE financing goes against, effectively is an additional tax lien. And so they were not able to do the property because of the existing lien. I called in to see if there could be a temporary stay just to allow me to do the financing to repair the roof, because I want to repair the roof. The financing is there to repair the roof, but I was not able to, and the financing was withdrawn. And then I lost the tenant because I couldn't repair the roof. And so now the property is in mortgage forbearance, and I don't have, I literally used all the money. I'm a single mom, and I literally took from the grocery bill just to do what I could, which is to cut the grass and everything else. But I do not have the money to do the gravel, and I do not have money to do the fence. But fortunately, I have the financing in place, arranged, but I cannot, as Inspector Davila said, it's a catch-22. I have arranged the financing, but I cannot access the financing unless I have a stay of the lien. And I kindly requested his help, and he recently connected me to Miss Jordan, and I'm following back up with the CPACE lender to get everything required to finalize that lien settlement request. So I'm just requesting the time to get my financing in place. It is my intention to come to compliance. I just did not have the ability, because of this catch-22, to get the financing.
Okay, I'm gonna give a 42-day extension, and hopefully you can work things out during that time. And we'll
That would be very helpful, Your
stay
Honor.
the fines during that time.
Say that again, Your Honor.
I'm gonna stay the fines during the 42 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 23.
Supervisor Jordan, did you want me to just proceed with the second case since you've read it into the record?
I believe when the magistrate ruled, she ruled for both cases.
Oh, okay.
Cases were read in.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Anthony Flores. Case number CE 21080094. Case address 525 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner MHF Los Olas 6 LLC. This property was cited on 9/9/21 to comply by 9/16/21. One section complied at $250 per day, $9,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation. I'm sorry, should this be an accruing fine or a one-time fine?
This was an accruing fine that's complied.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
This Inspector Anthony Flores, City of Fort Lauderdale Beach, Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 21080094. Property address is 525 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. On September 3rd, 2021, approximately 10 p.m., I responded to a complaint in reference to a violation of the noise level ordinance of a maximum 50 decibels after 10 o'clock in a residential area. On September 9th, a citation was issued to cure the violation by September 16th, 2021. If not corrected in a timely, in time, a daily fine of $250 will be incurred. The violation was the violation was out of compliance for 36 days. It complied on October 23rd, and a fine accrued of $9,000, and no appeal has been fined. The city is requesting full imposition of the fines.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Susan Sheldon.
Okay, Ms. Sheldon, did you file an appeal in this case?
There was no appeal filed to my knowledge.
Okay, so you're in the same situation as everyone else, unfortunately.
Yes, and I have just a question on the dates and the actions taken. So
Go ahead.
we have I'm the owner's project manager. The hotel is under construction. It's currently in operation. It's under a TCO. And I'm an architect managing the construction project. So we have a complaint received on 9/9, and it said we had until the 16th to comply. I understand on September 15th, thereabouts, our general contractor walked the site with the facilities manager for the complaintee, the condo facilities manager, and the neighbor, and that they made adjustments to the fan speed, and it was agreed verbally in place that that was taken care of. And I understand from the site, from the city's website, that it shows that the compliance date was 9/18, which is a Saturday. I don't know when the complaint was confirmed through the city's inspectors, but that would only be a day, 2 days tops if it was had to comply by 9/16, and it was registered on the city site as complied by the 9/18.
Yeah, I don't know how that occurred, but it wasn't complied, and I was not privy to that meeting that they had there, and nobody has communicated with me on your behalf, on the hotel's behalf, that anything has occurred. I went by on October 23rd as a final inspection to ensure that there was compliance or not, and I noticed then that they had turned off or adjusted the fan in some sort of way.
The fans have been adjusted, so those, there are 3 smoke fans on the 3rd floor, Park PK3. They have code requirements of continuous operation for ventilation, and they are part of the smoke evacuation, and they're also for carbon monoxide and temperature, excessive temperature. So we've done 2 things in the meantime to mitigate the issues. Number one, we changed the flow pattern. There's 2 fans on the south side, and they've been reduced from 30 hertz down to 20 hertz, which helps with the noise decibels. We've increased the fan on the north side, which is adjacent to a city park.
Okay, was it your understanding when the inspector came out there that it was complied on September 15th, and that is why you didn't file the appeal?
Correct. We understood, and our attorney has said that the city's recorded a compliance date of 9/18. That's what's on the city's website. Our attorney would.
Yeah, and mine says it wasn't complied till 10/23, so there's a discrepancy there.
Well, no, Your Honor, Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale, I think the discrepancy here is that she's saying that the property representative is saying that the officer met with someone on site there on September the 15th, and we're saying that our officer did not meet with anyone there on site on September the 15th, and we did not tell anyone verbally on September the 15th that the property was in compliance. So that's where the discrepancy is. I'm not sure who they met with or who told them that, but it was not our code officer that told them that.
Why is she saying, though, that the website said it was complied on September 18th?
Katrina, do you have your the case history up?
Absolutely.
Only because I didn't bring my computer up here with me. Did you go on the inspection for September the 15th and see what the case history reads on September 15th?
So I have an email from our attorney, our local attorney, Andrew Shine, who says that it shows that the compliance date was 9/18. He's referring to the city's database. It shows that the compliance date was 9/18, meaning they can request a maximum of $400, $200 a day.
Just give me
I can send a printout to Andrew now. There is nothing on this particular case that shows compliance until, oh, hi, Andrew. There's nothing in our system that shows compliance until October 23rd, 2021, when it was complied by the code officer.
And I have the inspector's printout here, which will be on our website for Excella. And the closest date that I could see that you can even refer to would be September the 17th, not even the 15th. And even on the 17th, it still shows out of compliance on that day. It says nothing about compliance on that day. It says that upon re-inspection that a noise reading from the 3rd floor balcony was conducted, and it registered at a 68 dBA, which means that it would have still been out of compliance on that date.
And what time was that?
At 3:00 p.m.
At 3 p.m.? But isn't it at 10 p.m. that it's the decibels?
I'm sorry?
Isn't it at 10 p.m. that the noise, if it exceeds 50 decibels, is after 10 p.m.?
For the 50.
Your Honor, I think we're getting, Your Honor, if I could, I think we're getting pretty far afield of the fact that, one, the citation was issued, two, you now have testimony from 3 different individuals by the city that the compliance was indicated on on October 23rd, notwithstanding the respondent's oral representation that the lawyer thought it was on a different date. The documents don't provide otherwise. There's no documentation that has been submitted on the property owner's behalf to state otherwise. And unfortunately, again, without an appeal, I think that the magistrate is bound to impose the fine as stated in the agenda.
Okay. She's right, unfortunately, and I'm gonna have to impose the fine. I thought there was some confusion of whether you might have complied timely, but there's no evidence of that. So I'm going to have to impose the fine. Thank you.
And that is through the 23rd, is that correct?
Yeah, through the 23rd. And, you know, you do have an option to go for a lien reduction hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Boverick Xantis, case number CE 21010665, case address 1426 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Crispin Foyle. This case was first heard on 5/27/21 to comply by 6/10/21, suspended 8/26/21 to 9/9/21. 6 sections complied at $50 per day, $15,300 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Ms. Jordan, can you please repeat the property address?
1426 Northwest 15th Terrace.
Thank you. Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of Code Compliance Officer Boverick Xantis, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This case was first heard on May 27, 2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 14 days to correct all violations. At this time, there is compliance, and the city is requesting full imposition of fines to be imposed.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Crispin Foyle.
Okay, and why was this out of compliance for so long?
It was out of compliance because I was without work for about 1.5 years, and I didn't have the resources to do what they wanted me to do, and I wasn't physically able to do that. I recently started working, and basically I went ahead and I just bit the bullet and took care of everything as they requested, but I just didn't have the resources.
Okay. All right, I'm going to reduce the fine to $800.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 30. Senior Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 21070978, case address 1425 Southwest 8th Court. Owners David and Sarah Goldberg and Joshua and Erica Truett. This case was cited on 8/3/21 to comply by 8/18/21. One section complied at $200 per day, $11,400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation. Mr. Goldberg, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 210-70978, address 1425 Southwest 8th Court. This property was being utilized as a vacation rental without required certificate of compliance from the city. On August 3rd, 2021, the property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The property was given 15 days to comply or 15 days to appeal. The following violation, 15-272(a), was cited and a citation issued. The case complied on October 15, 2021. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Who is here for the property owner?
Hi, Special Magistrate. This is David Goldberg, property owner.
Okay, did you file an appeal, Mr. Goldberg?
I sure did, written appeal, as I was requested on the back of the citation. However, I do want to point out that the property that is pulled up on screen right now is actually a home that we own in Marina Del Rey, California. It is not the property in question.
And it says Marina Del Rey, California on it.
My apologies. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So at this present moment, Supervisor Jordan, if you want to withdraw the case, or
We'll withdraw it, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, we're going to withdraw the case.
Thank you. And for the record, I just would like to thank everybody for the work that they do for the city. It's a great city. You guys do a great job. And I appreciate all the hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Darren Emmons, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 21080350. Case address 3315 Southwest 15th Avenue, numbers 1 through 9. Owner Edgewood Apartments, LLC. Property cited 81121 to comply by 81221. One section complied at $150 per day. $900 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good afternoon, Reggie White, Co-Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting for Darren Emmons. The property was first inspected on 8/11/2021, and there were issued 2 citations under violations of 47-21.15D. There was 1 tree that was hat-racked or damaged, and the fine was $150. Under 47-21.15A, the property removed 5 trees without a permit for a total of $750. No appeal has been received. The city is requesting the full amount.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Denise Romero?
Was an appeal filed in this case?
No.
Okay, so you're in the same situation as everybody else. I have no alternative but to impose the fine. Is there something you want to put on the record?
We just bought the property, so I needed to put in the warranty deed that we just bought the property. The trees were cut before we bought the property. There was an action to remove a dead tree that was already done prior to us coming
That's
here.
between you and the former property owner. But where it stands right now is that nobody appealed this case, so I really don't have any choice but to impose the fine.
How much are the fines?
It's $150 for the abused tree and $750 for the 5 trees that were removed.
And I also want to add that you have to get a permit too, after the fact permit for the removal of the trees. You have to reach out to the landscaping department.
You understand?
Yes.
Okay, thank
I'll give you my contact information, okay?
Our next case is on page 33. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 21080555. Case address 601 Royal Plaza Drive. Owner CTRE14 LLC, LTG 2020 LLC. This case was cited on 9/3/2021 to comply by 9/18/2021. One section complied at $200 per day, $6,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Scott. I'm an attorney. I'm representing the property owner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Scott. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear to affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city for case number CE 21080-555 for property located at 601 Royal Plaza Drive. I'm presenting this for Inspector Patrice Jolly. This property was issued a citation on 9/3/2021 and given 15 days to come into compliance for violation 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violation remained until 10/20/21 when it was complied. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay, counsel, you're up.
Yes, I understand the process. I understand my client didn't file the appeal within the allotted time frame. I understand that if I want to try to reduce the fines, I'll have to seek a fine reduction after the fact, so I'm not here to dispute any of that. There was some confusion as to the timing, the exact timing of when notice was provided and when compliance was done. So I would ask that if the total number of days that they were out of compliance is, if staff is saying it's 33, my client advises they believe it's closer to 30, but that's obviously a small request, not something that I'm here to fight about.
Well,
Otherwise, my clients tried to bring the property into compliance. I think they are into compliance and they're going to have a license any day now. So thank you.
Okay, well, again, if you file the appeal, then I cannot reduce the fine. So I have no alternative but to impose the fine.
And Your Honor, just for the record, it shows 31 days out of compliance, not 33.
Right, 31 days. All right, thank you, Mr. Scott.
So just to confirm, the fine is going to be 31 times 200?
Yes, so it's $6,200.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there anyone present in the virtual hearing room or the live hearing room that is not here for lien reduction? I'm aware of why you're here. So everyone here is for lien reduction, and Mr. Jones, I noticed that you are online, and I'm aware that you are here for lien reduction.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Well, we have a neighbor here that wanted to speak on behalf of a property, but the property owner didn't show up.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll hear her before we take the break.
Okay, so that case will be on pages 5. On page 5, Inspector Michael Jordan, we have case number CE 21071122, case address 911 Southwest 11th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Knobs Marina Inc., property posted 10/16/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Good morning. Katrina, for the sake of brevity and time, would we like to address the citation case first or this one?
I've already read in the new business, so we can start there.
Very well. Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 21071122, property address 911 Southwest 11th Avenue. This is an RD15 zoned residential property. On July 30th, 2021, the property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint. The following violations were found. 15-28. The business at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. No BS Marine operating at this location as a boat sales type business. This violation remains as of the pre-hearing inspection. 47-21.15D. There's a gumbo limbo tree in the rear yard improperly that has been improperly trimmed or hat racked. This violation is a matter of companion citation case being heard today for the tree removal. 47-34.B.2.B. There's a boat on a trailer, a recreational vehicle, and a derelict smoker trailer with expired registrations parked improperly on the property. This violation remains. 47-34.1.A.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property. Boxes, blocks, a rudder, some other items stored outdoors on this property. This violation remains. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The lawn has dead and missing ground cover in the front and backyard. This violation remains. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained. The chain link fence is broken, twisted, and in poor condition. This violation remains. Your Honor, this property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of the notice of violation, and as of the pre-hearing inspection, the property remains in violations with reference to this case. The city is requesting 35 days to comply, $50 per day per violation thereafter. Your Honor, the complainant, the neighbor in this case, is here to make an impact statement.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name.
My name is Sandra Stengel, and I live across the street.
Okay.
The new owner of the property brought it in to be a marina, and he's been bringing customers to look at boats, and they continuously park on neighbors' yards, and when they're asked to park where they're doing business, they get irate and curse and whatnot. Anyways, it's just an ongoing problem. He's storing, like he said, he's always bringing in trailers and taking them back out, and he's got truck drivers that are yelling and screaming at you. So anyways.
Okay, he's on our radar now.
I had a bunch of pictures, but I didn't get them clicked in right, whatever.
That's okay. The fact that he didn't show up to mount any kind of defense, I'm going to fine for the city and give him 35 days, or he'll face a fine of $50 a day per violation. So that'll be pretty enough date if he doesn't comply.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stengel.
The next case is on page 27, case number CE 21080831, case address 911 Southwest 11th Avenue, owner Knobs Marina, Inc. This citation was issued 8/26/21 to comply by 8/26/21. One section complied at $250 per day. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, case and property address as read. This is also the address for the previous case. This RD 15 zone residential property on August 27th. This property was inspected as a result of a scheduled reinspection on the prior case, and the following civil citation was issued. 47-21.15, tree removed from the property backyard, side yard, without an arborist report or permit. This was a gumbo limbo tree. There's another case where this tree was improperly pruned. This was a matter of the other case as well. Photos are presented as evidence. We have the city's certified arborist and landscape inspector here to testify as to the species of tree.
How are you doing, Your Honor? The tree is a gumbo limbo, which would require a permit for removal, and they have to apply for an after-effect tree removal permit.
Okay, all right. And there's nobody for the property owner? So I'm going to fine for the city and post the fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
And we're going to now take a brief recess. Resuming this morning's special magistrate hearing with the non-respondents. Our next case is on page 2, Captain Robert Kasawich, case number FC 210-90017, case address 5100 North State Road 7, owner 5100 North State Road 7, FL Inc. Personal service was given to this property on 10/13/21 and posted at City Hall on 10/14/21.
North State Road 7. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 1 4.5.8.1. The fire alarm system is not functioning as designed and installed. And NFPA 1 13.3.1.1. The fire sprinkler system is in need of service. I've spoken recently on a pre-hearing inspection with property management, who's advised contractors should be on site later this week to finish up the property, to put it into compliance. We're requesting 42 days, $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome.
Happy birthday, Captain.
Happy birthday! Our next case is on page 3. Inspector Boverick Xantis, case number CE 200200156. Nope. Case address 1770 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Llewellyn Ayton. Property posted 10/16/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that, Ms. Jordan?
Case number CE 200200156. Case address 1770 Lauderdale Manor Drive.
All right, thank you. Hulu Dowlett, Code Compliance Supervisor, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting this case on behalf of Code Compliance Officer Boverick Xantis, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This property was first inspected on February 8th, 2020 by Inspector Jolly, and the following violations were observed. 18-4 subsection C complied. 47-34.1.8.1 complied. 9-279 subsection F complied. 9-306, the exterior building has not been maintained. The fascia boards have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-304B, the gravel driveway is worn and needs to be resurfaced. There are areas with dirt showing through and grass growing through it. A notice was posted on the property on October 16th, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection conducted on October 21st, 2021 revealed the outlying violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city's requesting 42 days to correct the violations or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 4. Inspector Anthony Flores, case number CE 21090338. Case.
I heard that already.
Yeah, we did. Our next case is on page 5. Case number CE 21070859. Inspector Michael Jordan. Oh, I am truly off today. On page 6, case number CE 21050433 is complied. Case number CE 21090027 is complied. Our next case is on page 7. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 21071055. Case address 924 Northwest 24th Avenue, owner Hector Santiago. Property posted 10/1/24, posted at City Hall 10/14/24.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case number CE 210711055, property address 924 Northwest 24th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on July 23rd, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Subsequent inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, October 23rd, 2021, and the following violations remain. 9-305B, as depicted in the photos, the city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
On page 8, for case number CE 21070675, there's a stipulated agreement for violation 9-304B, 91 days or $25 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 8, Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 21090010, case address 718 Northwest 15 Terrace, owner Andres Chavarro, property posted 9/28/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior, number 269, on behalf of the city. I'm presenting case number CE 21090010 for the address at 718 Northwest 15 Terrace. I first inspect this property on 9/1/2021 during an action item investigation on this neighborhood. The following code violations were found on site. 9-306, the exterior building wall has not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that had stains and missing peeling paint. 47-34.4 point capital B point 1 point. There is overnight parking of commercial vehicles at this location in the front and rear yards. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parking on the grass, lawn area in the front and rear yards. 9-305B, the landscaping of this property is not maintaining a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The posting mailing of the document has been done by Department Protocol. I spoke with the resident in person and with the property owner, Mr. Chavarro, over the phone and explained the violations and the way to correct it, and he understood. He stated the residents are under eviction process. I last visited the property on Tuesday, 10/26/2021 of this week, and note that the violations remain as depicted on the pictures. The city is recommending, in agreement with the property owner, 35 days to come into compliance and $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 9, Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 21080784, case address 1825 Northwest 25th Terrace, owner John P. Funky, Inc., property posted 10/12/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior, 269, on behalf of the city, I'm presenting case number CE 21080784 for the address located at 1825 Northwest 25 Terrace. I first inspect this property on 8/26/2021 following an action item complaint. The following code violations were found and cited. 9-280H1 is in compliance. 9-305B, the landscaping is not being maintained, including but not limited to areas of missing and bare areas of land covered on the soil. 47-34.1 point capital A point 1 is in compliance. 18-12A is in compliance. 9-306, the exterior building walls and structural parts has not been maintained, including but not limited to fascia, surface, walls, shutters, dirty and with a stain and missing peeling paint. 9-280H1 is a section withdrawn as a duplicate. The posting mailing of document has been done by Department Protocol. I spoke with the resident and with the property owner, Mr. Funky, over the phone, explained the violations and the way to correct, and he said he understood. I last visited the property on Tuesday, 10/26/2021 of this week, and found that the violations remain as depicted on the pictures. The city is recommending, in agreement with the property owner, 35 days to come into compliance and $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered.
I want to submit the paperwork for evidence, Your Honor. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 11, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 21040856, case address 1500 Northwest 7th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Corbell Cooper, Property posted 10/2/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case number CE 210400856, property address 1500 Northwest 7th Avenue 1-2. This property was initially inspected on April 28, 2021 by Inspector Lois Tarowski, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B, the roof is dirty and stained. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 18-12A, complied. Subsequent inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, October 27th, 2021, and the following violations remain. 9-308B and 9-306, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 12. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 210808992, case address Sistrunk Boulevard. The folio number is 5042040404010. Owner Spectrum Management LLC. Property posted 10/4/21 and posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Good morning. Case number ending in 892, correct? Yes, okay. Just to let you know, Madam Clerk, there's actually two cases for this particular owner because there's a vacant lot and they're side by side. Would you like me to read them uniform or separately?
It's a different case number and a different folio number, so that's why I read them one at a time.
Gotcha. Okay. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 210808992 for the property located at the corner of Northwest 12th Avenue and Northwest 6th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on August 31st, 2021 and cited for the following violations. 18-1, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant lot property, as well as a fence and windscreen in state of disrepair. It's creating a public nuisance. It's being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become or threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Notice was mailed to the property owner as listed on BCPA via first-class mail on August 31st, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has not been made with anyone on the property or property owners. Special master hearing notice mailed on property owner September 24th of 2021. Pre-hearing inspection was done on October 25th, and the pictures presented here are taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting the following: 7 days to come into compliance or $100 thereafter. Photos submitted into record for evidence, ma'am.
Okay, so ordered.
The next case is on page 13, case number CE 210808995, case address 619 Northwest 12th Avenue. Owner Spectrum Management LLC. Property posted 10/4/21, posted at City Hall 10/14/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case number CE 210808995 for the property located at 619 Northwest 12th Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on August 31st, 2021 and cited for the following violations. 18-1, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris at this vacant lot, as well as the fence and windscreens in state of disrepair. It's creating a public nuisance. It's being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become or threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Notice was mailed to the property owners listed on BCPA, first-class mail, on August 31st, 2021, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. No contact has been made with anyone on the property or property owners. Special master notice mailed to the property owner on September 24th And the pre-hearing inspection was done on October 25th. And pictures presented here were taken to confirm the following violations still exist. City is requesting the following: 7 days to come into compliance or $100 day thereafter for the violation that exists. Photos submitted into record for evidence, ma'am.
So ordered.
Thank you. On page 18, case number CE 2108044 has been rescheduled. Our next case is on page 22. Case number CE 2106060, case address 737 North Andrews Avenue, owner 745 North Andrews Avenue LLC. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 9/2/21. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,300 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 24.
What about the citation case before that? Did I hear that?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Case number CE 210904457. Case address 15 Northeast 16th Court, owners Avacine Similian and Claudette Blanc. This property was cited on 9/18/21 to comply by 9/18/21. One section complied at $250 per day. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 24, case number CE 210400050, case address 1559 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner IAG Foundation, Inc. This case was first heard on 7/29/21 to comply by 8/26/21. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $6,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 25. Case number CE 210400952, case address 1212 Northwest 3rd Street, owner CDH Management LLC. This case was first heard on 7/29/21 to comply by 8/8/21. One section not complied at $50 per day, $4,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 28. Case number CE 210704002, case address 1708 Southwest 10th Court, owner Eric Guzman and Michelle Dobler. This property was cited on 7/14/21 to comply by 8/13/21. One section complied at $500 per day. $500. $500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Okay, so ordered.
For case number CE 210400600, the city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines from August 26, 2021.
Okay, so ordered.
Case number CE 210700162 has been rescheduled. Our next case on page 29, case number CE 210804000, case address 2740 Northeast 30th Place, number 1 and 2, owner Juan Carlos Castillo. This case was cited on 8/18/21 to comply by 9/2/21. One section not complied at $150 per day, $8,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered. Impose the fine.
Case number CE 210700853 was complied timely, thus no fines accrued. So that case has been closed. Our next case is on page 31. Case number CE 210800858, case address 1704 Southwest 5th Street, owner Alvaro Torres Bazaga. This case was cited on 9/7/21 to comply by 9/22/21. One section not complied at $200 per day. $7,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Case number CE 2107090 was complied timely, thus no fines accrued and the case was closed. Our next case is on page 32. Case number CE 210500671. Case address 900 Northeast 20th Avenue, owner F and B Waterfront LLC. We didn't hear that already?
I thought we heard that one.
I do too.
I
I
think
have it.
we started to, and then we went to a different case.
You're right, we didn't hear it. So the respondent for this property was not in the waiting room. So this case was cited on 8/19/21 to comply by 9/3/21. One section not complied at $200 per day. $10,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 33. Case number CE 210800560. Case address 1540 Northwest 4th Avenue. Owner Joel McLean. This case was cited on 9/17/21 to comply by 10/2/21. One section complied at $200 per day, $2,600 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
So ordered.
On page 33, case number CE 210800737, case address 1009 Northeast 17th Court, owner Hisu Tuan Lu. This case was cited on 8/26/21 to comply by 9/10/21. One section not complied at $200 per day, $9,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 34. Case number CE 2107036, case address 1676 North Dixie Highway. Owners Edzer and Charlene Ledan and Ladina Mitchell. This case was cited on 7/31/21 to comply by 8/1/21. One section not complied at $200 per day, $17,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Is Inspector Michael Jordan still present? On page 36, the request for an extension, is that the owner's request or the city's request? So do you want to request an extension for them, or are we going to allow the fines to continue to accrue? Okay. So next case is on page 36. Inspector Michael Jordan, case number CE 210500026, case address 901 West Los Olas Boulevard. Owners Jennifer and Karen Brait. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 9/30/21. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $4,050 is accrued.
Your Honor, Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, case number and property address as read. This case was previously heard. The magistrate ordered for the city. This is a case where the property was in transition at the time of the hearing. The new owners have made remarkable progress towards compliance and are requesting 90 days additional to allow time for permitting and fence installation.
Okay, so are you, city's agreeing to 91-day extension?
91 days and stay the fines, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So
Thank you, ma'am.
ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 38 and 39 into today's hearing as an exhibit as the city's complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Okay, so ordered.
Brief recess, or are we going to continue?
Pardon? Yeah, unless somebody else needs a break.
We're going to take a very, very brief recess just to allow us to set up for lien reduction. Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you. Our first case is on page 5. Case number CE 17071853. Case address 3018 Northeast 20th Court. Owner Michael Edward Jones Trust, Michael Edward Jones Trustee. This case has a total lien value of $152,050 and city direct cost of $1,833.34. The city is requesting $38,012.50. He's online, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Judge. May I speak?
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Judge. My name is Michael Jones. I'm the new property owner. Charles Donnelly was I actually lived next door to this property for the past almost 19 years, a couple months away from 19 years. So Mr. Donnelly is also in the room. And I don't know whether I guess I applied on behalf of myself. Once I bought the property, I think it was June 30th of 2021 this year. I immediately sought to get demolition permits to correct all the problems. I did that as expeditiously as possible. There were many, many hoops that I had to jump through, but finally got the demolition permit done. House was completely knocked down, and the entire yard was completely sodded. That's what they required. I sent pictures in of all the different exposures of the house, post-demolition, post-sodding. I think they also required a picture of the front of my house for whatever reason, the one right next door. Mr. Donnelly lived there for 30 years. He's a divorced man. He's knocking on the door at 74 years of age. The lien amount was held up back in a trust fund account for the closing attorney, by the closing attorney. And Judge, we'd be asking, in light of his age and the fact that really this is all he has to live the rest of his life on. He doesn't work. He's living on Social Security, and this is one of the he didn't have any money to put the place back together again. I think many years ago he did that, and then the place fell apart again, and he just didn't have the financial wherewithal to put it back together. So he knew this was on his back, and the only choice he had was to sell it, and he happened to sell it to me. I've been his neighbor for 19 years of the 30 he lived there, and the place is completely gone, and everything's been restored to paradise. So I'd ask if you could consider, Judge, just he also suffers from mental illness. This is one of the reasons the place fell into disrepair. Financial wherewithal, and the fact that he's, again, almost 74 years old, and all he has is a Social Security check to live on every month. He's actually staying at a friend's house right now because he doesn't have this money would give him the ability to put a little money down on an apartment somewhere and live the rest of his days.
What was the purchase price that you paid for it?
The purchase price was $1.45 million.
Okay. All right. I'm not hearing much in the way of mitigating factors as to why this property is out of compliance for 1,240 days. I understand that I mean, can you enlighten me a little bit more as to why the property was not brought into compliance sooner?
Chip, are you online? Is there a way I can take testimony from him, Judge?
If he has mitigating factors, but you take subject to the existing liens. So if you have mitigating, and obviously I understand that you did not have the violations, but the violations also existed for,
Judge, and there's nobody that suffered. I don't think the city of Fort Lauderdale or there are no other neighbors on our street that live there full time except for me. The house is the house sat on a cul-de-sac that are 3 deep, and nobody actually. There's one other full time resident on that street. So if me raising my family over the 19 years had to, suffer through the condition of this house and the pool and the bees and et cetera, I mean, there's no other person that suffered more than yours truly. I can take testimony from him. He can address why he didn't fix some of these problems. And like I said, I think they're the source of some mental illness and some financial problems that he had. I know it sounds like a lofty figure that he got, but he owed his ex-wife a lot of money from a divorce that took place 30 years ago. That was all pursuant to the sale of the house. And he had some other debt that, he lived on over years because he hasn't worked in all these years. I don't, if I can, Chip, if you're in the room, can I take some testimony from him?
Go ahead. If he's in
There is no one else in the virtual room, and is Chip present in the live room? And there's no one present for this case in the live room either.
All right. Judge, he's not only, my neighbor, but he became a friend of mine over the years, and I'm sorry he's not here. He told me he was trying, to get in. I thought he was in all this time, Judge.
Okay, well, I will take your word for the fact that he suffers from mental illness and that he.
Well, Judge, if you saw the condition of the house, it's so sad. My wife actually went in and cried after we had no idea. The outside of the house was one thing, but once we got in, it was worse than any episode you've ever seen from Hoarding Buried Alive. It was my wife and actually one of the kids just cried, said how sad this could be. I mean, you have to be mentally ill to live like that. It was horrible, Judge.
Okay.
And again, we lived it next to it. I was told, as other people were told on the cul-de-sac, that house was under contract. Every time a house got sold, that house was under contract because it was the eyesore of the neighborhood. So I've got it now. I took care of the problem, and it's so lovely sodded, all 9,500 square feet of it. I know he's got to pay a penalty, Judge. I'm just hoping that the court would consider the mental state that got him here. And then I know it sounds like a lofty number, Judge, but my understanding is half of that went to the wife and the mortgages and what have you, and now the city. So.
Okay, I'm going to reduce the fine to $15,000 payable in 60 days.
That's fine, Judge. I appreciate your time this morning, Judge, or this afternoon. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 4. Case number CE 180203552. Case address 2612 Clematis Place. Owner Andrew Forrest. This case has a total lien value of $29,550 and city direct cost of $679.55. And the city is requesting $8,865.50.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas representing the property owner.
Okay. What do you want to tell me? The property was out of compliance for 759 days?
It was, yes. This was an expired pool permit. They had hired a contractor who had told them that that there were no issues with the pool permit. They didn't find out until earlier this year, well, in 2020, that the pool permit was still open, and that was when they hired another contractor to do a different work on their house. And the contractor said, hey, you guys have an open pool permit. So they worked on closing that. And then in 2021, when they went to refinance, they found out that fines were actually still running on this because a lien was recorded. So when they originally went to the special magistrate, the contractors handled it, said they had handled it, all was well. And it turned out that that was not the case, and they found out through different circumstances later in 2020 and 2021. And this is, the owners are they're not in the construction business. They don't know how to find out whether a permit is expired or not. That's what you hire contractors for. You hire them for their expertise, and you rely on them when they tell you that a permit was closed out. So they did rely on it, and unfortunately didn't find out until years later that it was still open. As soon as they found out, though, they hired another contractor, and that contractor was able to close it out in a fairly timely fashion after that.
All right. I will reduce the fine to $4,000 payable within 60 days.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 5. Case number CE 190504552. Case address 3031 North Ocean Boulevard, number 1108. Owner Carol Harrison. This case has a total lien value of $22,150 and city direct cost of $888.71, and the city is requesting $8,860.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Carol Harrison Gallagher.
Okay, I did read some of what you submitted, but maybe you want to tell me why this took so long.
Well, the problem was that this property was owned by myself and my grandson together, and he passed away. I didn't know about this lien until we tried to sell a piece of property, and it came back and said that we had an outstanding permit for a water heater. And I hadn't been to the apartment since he passed away. So, as soon as I found out about it, we started working on solving the problem. I think it is in compliance now, but
okay.
That's what I can tell you about it.
All right. From what I understand, your grandson was living in the property, and he lived suddenly.
He lived there alone.
Yeah, you didn't find out about it till
I didn't even know he put a new water heater in it.
Once you found out about it, were you diligent in getting it complied?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss, and I'm going to reduce it to city costs of $888.71. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh, 60 days to pay, and I should warn everybody now, if you don't pay within the time that I allow you, then it goes back to the original fine. If I reduced it, you lose the reduction if you don't pay timely.
Our next case is on page 4. Case number CE 21050715, case address 1146 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner Elizabeth Louise Evans. This case has a total lien value of $10,600 and city direct cost of $367.61, and the city is requesting $5,300.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Elizabeth Evans.
Okay, you have to speak into the microphone or I can't hear you.
Elizabeth Evans.
Okay, and tell me why this property was out of compliance for 113 days.
So when I found out that I wasn't in like the specific regulation, I went and I went online and I got all the licenses, and I didn't understand the process, but I have the dates of when I got the license and everything, and then I couldn't get an inspector to come out. And then it wasn't until I got here that I was really in communication with someone, and I got their cell phone numbers and their emails. And then as soon as I had them come out, I was able to get them out and get everything in order. I didn't know this process. I didn't realize that I wasn't in regulation, but as soon as I got the letter, I got the business tax receipt, I did everything that I could online.
I also read in the file that you lost your job due to the pandemic, and that's why you were renting the property.
Yeah, I lived in that house for 6 years, and I wasn't able to afford it anymore. I was a bartender. I didn't work for over a year, and so I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to have to foreclose on my house or lose my house. So one of my friends suggested this idea, so I did it. I mean, it's my first time ever doing anything on Airbnb. I'm a bartender, so I want to do everything correctly. I haven't even been doing it that long, and it seems like I'm, you know, but my mortgage is like already like a lot, and I feel like that fine is a lot for me to take on for both of them.
Okay.
I mean, I'm still like working at nights and like, you know, trying to like Airbnb it out and pay my mortgage and pay my rent.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna reduce the fine to $1,500 with 90 days to pay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 3. Case number CE20110628. Case address 435 Royal Plaza Drive. Owner Susan Beth Samrick. This case has a total lien value of $26,000 and city direct cost of $452.95. And the city is requesting $13,000.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Heidi Davis with the law firm of Gunster, and I'm here on behalf of the estate of David S. Samrick and the widow Susan B. Samrick for that property at 435 Royal Plaza Drive. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to represent the Samricks, or Mrs. Samrick. This is a very sad situation. Mr. Samrick, the whole entire time during this code enforcement, was very ill. He went through this process. This barge sunk on his property. He realized that he needed to get a hold of this contractor. They never responded after several attempts. He had to hire an entire salvage company to take it apart piece by piece. It took a long time. And he resolved the matter on March 3rd, 2021. In January of 2021, he went to Arizona for a double lung transplant because he was so sick. And he had to go back and forth to Arizona. I worked with, as soon as he got a notice for a hearing, he called us, and I immediately called the inspector. We worked toward it. He told me about the barge. He told me about the pilings. And I went to the hearing on August 15th after I received the notice. Not one time was Mr. Samrick told that there was 2 separate cases for these, one for building and one for code. And I was not told, even after representing him, even after talking to the inspector. So I was at the hearing on April 15th. We got the matter completely resolved. But there was a hearing on April 13th before this board that final order was issued, fines assessed, and then a lien was imposed. And Mr. Samrick passed away in May. Mrs. Samrick was trying to get their estate involved. In August, they found out that there was a lien imposed. Nobody ever knew. So I'm here to request that the lien imposed be removed and the fines resolved. We request that there be 0 fines just because of the situation. There was a complete miscommunication. There was a notice posted on the door, but that wasn't posted until at least April 5th for the April 13th hearing. And they were gone. They were in Arizona. They did not come back. Mr. Samrick didn't come back. So while there may have been a notice posted, nobody ever got it, and nobody told us about it, and Mr. Samrick didn't know about it. So, you know, he tried to do all the right things and get everything complied, but it was just a lack of communication between the city and the client about that.
Okay, well, and considering his health situation, that is certainly a mitigating factor. I will reduce the fine to $1,500, including costs, with 90 days to pay.
How much were costs?
Sorry, did the city attorney wanted to say something?
No, Your Honor. I mean, a lot of counsel's argument was well outside of the allowable argument for lien reduction, but I know Your Honor is prepared to rule, so thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, what was the total costs for?
The total fine with costs is $1,500, 90 days to pay.
So complete $1,500. That includes the costs. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Our next case is on page 2. Case number CE 21060951. Case address 400 Royal Plaza Drive. Owner GFM2 LLC. This case has a total lien value of $8,800 and city direct cost of $442.95. And the city is requesting $8,800.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
I'm George Frederick Marshall. I go by Rick.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in mitigation of this case?
Okay, well, with me, just for your information, is Daniel Wood, who is the manager of the property and has been involved in this through the entire time period. We got the notice, and I sent a complete statement of facts and reasoning in writing. But we got the notice. It simply was a cease and desist order and said, do not rent the property or advertise it. And we had no intention of renting it or advertising it without getting all the required licensing. And we were in the process of obtaining that licensing. So I saw no reason to appeal it because I didn't disagree with it.
Did you take down the ads during this time?
We never knew about the ad. We didn't know about the ad until well after this case was complete. The notice of violation did not specify, did not state that there was an ad. And the ad was placed by a broker, not by me. And it was done without my knowledge. And had I known about the ad, I would have taken it down, had it taken down immediately. But I never knew about it until I got a screenshot from the city several months after the initial notice of violation.
Okay. You know, it's unfortunate you failed to appeal because that takes away some of your rights, but I'm hearing what you're saying in mitigation, that you did not place the advertisement, and that was the tenant behind placing this with a broker? Is that what happened?
Well, when we contracted with the broker was originally supposed to help us work through the process of getting the necessary permits for renting the property. But that was not going very well. We later terminated that contract with the broker. And the broker, who was a licensed real estate agent, should have known not to place that ad, or at the very least should have informed me that she did place the ad. But that did not happen. Yeah. And I want to make it very clear that we made no attempt to rent this property. We did not rent the property, and we never rented the property between the period of time of the original citation and getting all of the required permits in place.
Okay. You want to say something, City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Just to address the issue, Your Honor, may be wondering why the city is not requesting any reduction of the original lien amount of $8,800. We are requesting that no reduction is made in this case. Part of the philosophy for that unusual request is that this week the property has already been issued 2 citations for parking all the way up and down the street. There was actually a valet service in place in the neighborhood. There's photos of that. So it'd be the city's position that the property owner is continuing to not be a good partner with the city because there are already 2 citations just from this week that have been issued.
I mean, we're not aware of those citations, so I'm not going to disagree with that if that's a problem, but we're not aware of those citations. So since
Sir, if you're the property manager, first of all, you need to come up to the mic to speak, and you need to state your name and your relation to the property.
Sorry. Hi, Daniel Wood, property manager.
And so your testimony is you don't know about the.
Well, yeah, I
receipts.
mean, we're not aware of current citations. So although I'm not in disagreement that wouldn't, that would be problematic, we're not aware of those at this current moment. And since the time that there was, the issue and when this, became known to us about the advertisement, we've done everything and complied and brought the property to where it was supposed to be. That was the full intention from the beginning, in partnering with that broker, but we were unaware that they were advertising, like they were the ones, acting not in the right capacity.
Okay.
Excuse me, may I ask a question? When were these citations issued? We don't know anything about them. We don't know what they were for.
The citations, I'm sorry, Katrina Jordan, City of Fort Lauderdale Vacation Rental Supervisor. The citations were issued on Monday and yesterday. On Monday, there was a citation for $200, on yesterday for $400. There's going to be an inspection today. If the cars are there today, it's going to be $1,000. If the cars are there tomorrow, it's $15,000.
Wait, hold on. But if there's a citation written on Monday for cars, I mean, there's ongoing work. If it's not in a rental, if the property's not being rented and they're not tenants inside the property,
There is a valet service taking the cars from the property,
On
parking
Monday?
them on the street.
no,
On yesterday, on Monday, there were cars parked in the street.
yeah,
Yesterday, the valet service, we actually spoke to the valet service, and they're parking the cars from the property on the streets. We have the
so
photos.
I don't disagree with that at all. So because I'm not aware of, because there's a contract on the property that started on Tuesday, not Monday though. So the Monday is what's concerning, because on Monday there was only workers there doing work. That's it.
Well, as a reminder, on your vacation rental application, you cannot have cars parked in the street, no matter whose cars it is.
Okay.
Your cars have to be in your driveway,
Okay.
always.
Were
Yeah.
there any, I mean, the recent citations are not before me to rule on right now. but
Right.
Were there other prior citations on this property? Do you know?
There was another citation for a party.
Yeah, it was for
A noise complaint?
It was, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to misspeak. I think initially it was going to be a party where they're going to be charging, and there was going to be music and live entertainment and alcohol and food.
Yeah, I believe I read that in the file.
yeah. And,
Okay.
Yeah, and so when we were contacted by excuse me, Rick, let me
Go ahead.
So when we were contacted, just to clarify that part of it, when we were contacted that we had a cover to help cover the expense of this party, that was a personal party, we came to the knowledge at that point that that's not allowed, and so we issued another invitation saying that we were just gonna, there's no charge, we were just gonna, Mr. Marshall would just cover the expense of the party. We were not trying to act in the way for that particular party that he was having against the city's rule. We didn't know that would be a problem. And so as soon as they told us that was a problem, we made the correction like immediately. And even when the inspector was there that evening, he spent well over 2 hours in his car going through the process, because he knew that we weren't doing anything, that there was nothing there that we were trying to do maliciously or with malintent. We were just trying to have a party and help offset the cost.
All right, well, what it comes down to is that what is in front of me today is the utilization of the vacation rental, which, really comes down to the fact that even if you weren't renting it, it was being advertised. And I understand the mitigating circumstance of you not placing that advertisement, of the broker placing that advertisement. But there seems to be, when you come in front of me with mitigating circumstances, I like to see that otherwise you're complying with the law, and so that there's some issues with this property. Okay, so while I'm going to reduce the fine to $4,500 with 90 days to pay because of the ongoing nature and the fact that there was some mitigating factors with the broker, I think that's fair. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case is on page 4, case number CE 18090432, Address 1321 Northwest 2nd Avenue. Owner Erica Romania Sanchez, with a total lien amount of $32,250. Administrative costs $1,290.12. The city is requesting $8,062.50.
Please state your name for the record.
Jose Vasquez.
What do you want to tell me in mitigation of this lien?
I bought the property in short sale.
Speak into the microphone.
I bought the property in short sale, and I went ahead and I closed out all the permits that were open, and I closed the property in February.
Okay,
So
you were aware of the lien when you purchased the property?
Supposedly, the only lien I knew about was windows, and then some other lien came up.
Say that again?
I only knew about the window lien. There was only a violation of the work done without permits.
Okay.
But he did the work, but he didn't take out permits.
All right, there was a notation, in the file that once you took over, you acted pretty diligently to comply. But you have to understand that you do take subject to an existing fine
Yes.
when you buy something in short sale. If you don't investigate, you're stuck with it. But under the circumstances, I will reduce the fine to $3,500 with 60 days to pay.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 3. Case number CE 1805239. Case address 918 Northwest 24th Avenue. Owner Legal Investors Team LLC. This case has a total lien value of $183,600 and city direct cost of $1,620.06. And the city is requesting $55,080.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, Your Honor. Hassan El Hayek. I'm the property owner of 918 Northwest.
Okay, please speak into the microphone. I can't hear you.
Hassan El Hayek, property owner of 918 Northwest 24th Ave.
Okay, what do you want to tell me in mitigation of the lien?
Honestly, Your Honor, I didn't know about the lien until August of this year. And I purchased the property in 2019, and there was a hearing, so I met with Inspector Roberta Jones, and she went over the property, and she told me everything that needs to be completed. I did everything that must have been done, and there was only missing the fence. In 2019, I lost my jobs also, but I had everything done and completed by that time. I never heard anything back from the inspector. She came, she took pictures. She told me the links on the fence were missing, so she's gonna come back at a later time. And COVID happened, never heard anything back. In July,
Did you call for an inspection?
I called the city, but I couldn't get with hold with anyone.
And I understand from the file that you too got sick with COVID.
Twice. I work in Aventura Hospital. I still work there, and 2 times I got sick. I almost lost my life, honestly, twice. It is my duty. I have to do my job. I'm a healthcare employee, and I'm proud to be a healthcare employee, honestly. And I didn't know about this until July 28, 2021. I received a letter from the Department of Sustainable Development about the hurricane panels that we had on the windows. And a few days later, I received a letter with a intent to foreclose and a lien of $180,000 on the property. So I reached out to Inspector Berniston, I believe. He came to the property. He took the pictures. Everything is in compliance with no issue. Even the fence, I had everything. I have no intention to not be in compliance at all. But this has always been the situation. I never heard anything back from the city in regard to this lien until August. I was notified there's 180,000 lien.
Okay, obviously, this is a big lien, and, but I want to be.
Your Honor, if I could, and perhaps the LLC that purchased the property did not do a proper lien search with the city. This property was transferred by warranty deed, so ostensibly, and I looked at the warranty deed, ostensibly the LLC may have the right and legal ability to go against the seller if they did not disclose this violation and or the lien, because it was sold in June of 2019 to the LLC via warranty deed.
Okay, and did you make
And-
did you have title insurance and make a claim with them?
No, I didn't make any claims. But I was, after I purchased the property, I saw the notice on the door and I came to the hearing and I met with the inspector, Roberta Jones, and she told me, you don't have to attend. I'm just gonna give you 60 days. And I told her to meet with me at the property. She met with me and she told me the stuff that I need to repair in the property. And I think a few weeks later, she came, she inspected the property, she took all the pictures, and the only thing that was missing was the fence. So the links on the fence were not properly attached. So I had to bring those wires, attach him, and she said she was going to present him to the supervisor to take care of the issue. And I never heard back from anyone. And I asked Officer Berniston about Roberta Jones, and they told me she was retired. She's retired. I never heard anything from her. And she had multiple pictures in the file.
But I think that most of this fine accrued under the prior property owner. Is that correct?
Yes.
Rhonda, was that what you were saying?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, were you saying that most of this fine was accrued under the prior property owner?
I'm not sure when, I don't have the information, Your Honor, in front of me as to when the fine started accruing, but the date of purchase by the LLC was June 6, 2019.
Okay.
I do have, Your Honor, some pictures with all the repairs that I have completed. And also in July, I think the county came and did some work on the road in front of the property, and I had the swell completely covered with grass, and they snatched that off and complete damage. I was never reimbursed. And COVID happened. I couldn't get in touch with anyone. I called. They said, okay, we're going to send you an email and you can present it. I never heard anything back. And I got sick twice and I couldn't really do much. I do have all the pictures in here in black and white. I have them on my phone with the dates. I screenshotted them. So you can see that everything was in compliance.
Okay.
I really spent a lot of money and time on this property. And one time, just because of the swell, and it is one of the main issue, people park there all the time. I approached one of the drivers, and I asked him nicely not to park on the property, and he literally raised a gun at me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. Can you tell me what the date this was complied was? Yeah. So this was only recently complied. Okay, and when was this filed?
2018.
May of 2018. right, I'm gonna reduce the fine, to $4,500 and, 90 days to pay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Our next cases are on pages 1 and 2. On page 1, case number CE 09020950, case address 210 Southwest 29th Avenue. Owner, Frisnet Francois and Rose Merlian. This case has a total lien value of $38,450 and city direct cost of $2,243.93. And the city is requesting $3,845. On page 2, case number CE 11061881, case address 210 Southwest 29th Avenue, owner Frisnet Francois and Rose Merlian. This case has a total lien value of $117,600 and city direct cost of $499.95. And the city is requesting $11,760. In case number CE 121207006, case address 210 Southwest 29th Avenue, owner Frisnet Francois and Rose Merlian. This case has a total lien value of $22,200 and city direct cost of $1,001.21, and the city is requesting $2,200.
Okay, so we have total liens, I have of $178,250. And total costs $3,745. So can you tell me why this property got so out of control?
My name is Rose Merlian.
My name is Frisnet Francois. In 2016, my wife and I was in the market to buy a home for our family, my wife and 4 kids. And finally, we find a home, and we went before the closing, we had lawyer, we have the title company itself to do research on the property, make sure everything is okay. So this is why because we didn't know anything about buying property. So when we went to...
Did you get a warranty deed for the property?
Yes, we did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you make a claim with your title company?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
We didn't know anything about that. So about 4 months ago, my wife and I put the property in the market for sale because we was planning to move somewhere else because of our kids. You know, when you have kids, you need the help with your kids, you know, with grandparents. So we find out after we put the property for sale, and then the buyer title company sent my realtor a letter or email a letter, say the property had a lien in it from 2012. About 3 liens from 2012, and we bought the property in 2016.
Right.
So we said, no, it cannot be. In the closing,
You should have found it when
yes.
you bought
Yeah,
the
in the
property.
closing, the lawyer sat down right here next to us and the title company. They said, oh, everything is clear, good to go.
And they never said anything about
They
the
never said
lien.
anything. And then the property, this is our FHA loan. So they said, oh, we good to go, everything. You know, we do everything by the book.
Okay.
And then we find out about a month and a half, all those stuff happening. So it was not our fault.
And is there currently a contract for sale on the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when has it closed yet?
Well,
No, ma'am.
it was supposed to done from the 24th of last month because it cannot happen because of that lien, all the problem. They didn't want to do it.
Okay, all right. So is the buyer still? I mean, did you put off the closing date, or did the?
Well, no, we haven't gotten the closing date. They said they're not sure whether they're going to buy it or not. So we did, according to the city, we did all the thing we need to do, the repair, planting grass, you know, make sure everything is okay, and then before we submit all the lien reduction application. But it wasn't our fault. You know, we never knew about those stuff till last month and a half ago.
Okay. All right. You should get advice with regard to the fact that you have a title insurance policy, and they did not disclose. So I would suggest you get some advice with regard to that. I can't give you legal advice. But what I do have is a very big lien, and, yeah, and unfortunately, you bought subject to that lien, okay? So I'm going to, reduce the lien from 178,250 to 12,500.
We don't have that kind of money.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Well, you know, you're gonna have to, at some point, go back to the people that sold you this property. I mean,
We try to contact them
The
a
title
lot of
company and the
times, so
lawyers, they never check for us.
well, but that's why you have to go back to them. You have an insurance policy
okay.
and make a claim.
I even went to the office and called them. The guy didn't even check. He just, we'll take care. We'll call the city.
Yeah, that's why you
They
always
never
say,
did
oh, they're
anything for
gonna
us to
take
help
care
us.
of it. They're gonna take care of it until now we find out. So their house has
Okay.
so much lien on it. So
They never
but,
did anything for us. I went down there myself twice, sent an email, talked to them. Hey, this is what happened to the house. What you guys want to do? It's not my fault. This is your fault. They never did anything for us.
Okay, what I can do for you is to give you more time so that you could try to get this covered under the insurance policy. But I can't just make it go away. You know, the city's got almost $4,000 in costs in the file, which I'm not allowed to waive. So, you know, this is the situation. I can give you 180 days to pay. And then I would suggest that you seek advice on making a claim.
okay.
So the total cost for all those three lanes is 12,000.
Yeah, 12,500.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's great.
Is there anything else you wanted to tell me?
No.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Is it possible I could get more time to pay the 4,500? I would really appreciate it.
What
On
page is
page
that?
3, second one.
Okay, I'll also give you 180 days.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Welcome.
Thank you.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing for October 28, 2021.